Well, I guess the hunt for 2023 Thanksgiving dinner continues. I will find something to put on my plate. Might take me a minute. It's a big farm.
Action, critters! Okay, who's gonna be my Thanksgiving dinner? Which one of you? Let's see, who's gonna be dinner? Get on my plate, Ducky. Come on, Goose. Thanksgiving Goose. Hey, Billy. What you doing down there, bunny? Getting something to eat? Okay. Well, I guess we'll just have to go talk to the turkey about this. Y'all don't seem to be interested in getting on my plate for Thanksgiving. Whatever. Hey, little fella. Welcome to the farm. Hey, quit beating around. Hey, little fella. What's going on? Welcome to the farm. What you think about that, bunny? Got you a buddy to hang out with? What you think, Goat? Welcome to the farm. How's it going, little fella? Hey! 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 Hey, baby goat. Welcome to the farm. Hey, little fella. Yeah. Say hello. Welcome to the farm. What's going on, kitty pie? Hey, we'll go back with Mama. Yeah. Yeah. You want to get on my plate for Thanksgiving? Talk to the turkey. How do you know about the turkey? Huh? How do you know about that turkey? Who been talking? Y'all gonna have some kids come on? Y'all gonna have some baby goats? Huh? Woo, y'all fat. Yeah, I'm talking shit. Have Thanksgiving. I'll go talk to the turkey. Action, duckies. Okay, which one of y'all is gonna get on my plate for Thanksgiving? The gooses and the other ducks, they didn't want to get on the plate. Neither did the goats. So which one is it gonna be? Come back, duckies, get on my plate. Time for Thanksgiving. I can't catch you. You're too quick. You're too quick. Come back, duckies. Come back. Come back, get on my plate. I'll go talk to the turkey about this. Action, piggies. Okay, who's gonna get on my plate for Thanksgiving? Snowball, you gonna get on my plate? No. Ralph, you gonna get on my plate? No. Matt, you gonna get on my plate? No. Sir 2000, you gonna get on my plate for Thanksgiving? You ain't even fire size yet. Hold on, let me see. Charger, you gonna get on my plate for Thanksgiving? What about you, Fat Max? No, you ain't nothing but a wee little fella. What do you think, Bucky? You gonna get on my plate for Thanksgiving? Huh? No? Damn. Well, you just hold on. I got a little something for y'all. I'll get me a pot-bellied mama pig. Pot-bellied mama pig. You gonna get on my plate for Thanksgiving? Oh, no, you ain't gonna do it. What about you, mini pig? You gonna get on my plate? Baby pig. Y'all just y'all ain't nothing but little tiny bitty ones. Hold on, let's see. We'll get to the bottom there. We'll get something on the plate for Thanksgiving. You just wait. Louise, you gonna get on my plate for Thanksgiving? No. My goodness. Go talk to the turkey. All right, I'll do that. I'll go talk to the turkey. Oh, Louise. Louise, come here. I brought you something, baby. Here. Yeah, there you go, baby. Okay, I'll go talk to the turkey.
I'm gonna find me this Thanksgiving dinner because it's the last thing I do today. Gotta have something on the plate for Thanksgiving dinner, my goodness. Let's see what we can find. Let's see, there's gotta be something around here we can put on that plate and eat. Let's see, who is for dinner? Donkey? You gonna be Thanksgiving dinner? What about you, Charlie? Huh? You gonna get on my plate? Mama cow, you gonna get on my plate for Thanksgiving dinner? How about you, Mama cow? Somebody gonna have to get on my plate for Thanksgiving dinner. Hey, baby boo, you gonna get on my plate? Mini donkey, what's going on? All right, who's gonna be on my plate? Pedro, you gonna get on my plate? Charlie, you don't wanna get on my plate? Dang. Go talk to the turkey. What kind of talk is that? Okay, we're gonna find something to eat, put on the plate for Thanksgiving dinner. Let's see. What do you think, Mr. David Duck? You gonna get on the plate for Thanksgiving dinner?
No. How about you, alpaca? You look meaty. You look tasty. Hey, baby alpaca, what's going on? You gonna get on my plate for Thanksgiving? How about you, Mama Donkey? You gonna get on my plate for Thanksgiving? You gonna be on my Thanksgiving dinner, get on my plate? All right. Oh, what's gonna be? Oh boy, chicken nuggets for turkey dinner. Oh, chicken nuggets for Thanksgiving dinner. Get on my plate, chicken nuggets. Them some tasty looking chicken nuggets. Talk to the turkey. Look now, y'all got to quit telling me talk to this turkey. I don't even know no turkeys. All right, who's gonna be on my plate? Who's gonna be on my plate? Get on my plate. Get on my plate, you baby guineas. Come on, baby guineas, get on my plate. I'm not gonna go talk to no turkey. I want some baby guinea dinner for Thanksgiving dinner. Ah, shoot, I'll go talk to the turkey. Good grief. Action, Bunny. Okay, who's gonna get on my plate for Thanksgiving? Lola Bunny, you gonna get on my plate? Huh, Lola Bunny? Hey, Lola Bunny. Bugsy Bunny. Bugsy Bunny, you gonna get on my plate? Come back, Bugsy Bunny. Get on my plate. What in the world have you done here? Oh, you're in big bunny trouble. Oh my goodness, you done dug a hole. What you think of that, Peacock? Huh? You gonna get on my plate for Thanksgiving? How about you, Miss Peacock? What about you, Miss Peacock? You gonna get on my plate for Thanksgiving? Come on, somebody get on my plate. I need something for Thanksgiving dinner. Hey, little Silkies. Silky Bilkies, you wanna get on my plate? All right, I'll go talk to the turkey. Y'all don't want to get on my plate. Who's going to get on my plate for Thanksgiving? Action, Mandarin Duckies. Action. All right, who's going to get on my plate for Thanksgiving dinner? Which one are you going to be? Slow it down, I can't catch you. Where you going to fly to? Huh? Where you going to fly to? I'm going to get me some Thanksgiving dinner. Hello, little pheasant. Hey, Trump, what's going on? Woo, you're quick. Don't you want me on camera today? What, you got a have a bad hair day? What you doing up there, Miss Pheasant? You gonna get on my plate for Thanksgiving? You want me to talk to the turkey? Everybody keeps telling me to talk to this damn turkey. Fine, I'll go talk to the turkey. All right, guineas. Who's gonna get on my plate for Thanksgiving dinner? Huh? Who's gonna get on my plate for Thanksgiving dinner? Huh? Who's gonna get on my plate? I need somebody to get on my plate for Thanksgiving dinner. I'm ready for Thanksgiving dinner. Come on, one of you get on my plate. Come back. What? Talk to the turkey. Why does everybody keep telling me to talk to the turkey? Oh, go. Come here, Rooster. Rooster, come get on my plate. Come on, get on my plate. I'm ready for Thanksgiving dinner. Chickens, get on my plate. Thanksgiving dinner. Come on. Come on, get on my plate. Where's your buddies at? Was everybody hiding today? Get on my plate. Talk to the turkey. Damn. All right, I'll be back. All right, who's gonna get on my plate? I need somebody to get on my plate. Come on, get on my plate. Come back. What y'all doing? Get on my plate. Look now, quit telling me to talk to this turkey. I don't know you know no turkeys. I want some roosters, some chickens, something. Baka, whatever. All right, turkey. The day of reckoning is up. Time to get on my plate. I need Thanksgiving dinner. Come here, turkey. Where you going? Come back. Come back, turkey. Hey, Mrs. Turkey. I'm here for this sumbitch right here. You ready to get on my plate? Huh? What? You ready to get on my plate? Huh? Huh? Ooh, you a big one. I might gonna need a bigger plate. My goodness, that's a big turkey. My goodness, y'all ate any eggs today? Well, I ain't here for turkey eggs. I'm here for turkey meat. Huh? Ooh, turducken. Yum. Get on my plate, turkey. What? Go talk to the dog. I ain't even no dog. I'm eating turkey for dinner. You better come here and get on my plate, turkey. Ah, whatever. You ain't big enough anyway. I'll come back for you next year. I'll be back, turkey. I'll be back. Mudflood Club.
Welcome to Thanksgiving with Beags, and we are going to have a special guest today, BillyPhilly22. Joe, welcome. How you doing? Happy Thanksgiving.
Hey, man, it's good to be here. Happy Thanksgiving to you. Doing pretty good. Just been relaxing most of the day, man. How are you?
I'm doing well. It's a beautiful day today. We've had rain the last couple of days, so it's a nice day today. I got the wood stove going, and I'm ready to just sit down and chill. I did not catch any turkey dinner, so no turkey dinner for me. But all the animals you just saw are all pets. Can you believe that? All pets.
Oh, wow. Yeah, so and if there are any animal rights activists watching, he was kidding. Like for most of them, he was kidding. He's not going to go kill them. But yeah, no, the one at the end, that was the one to get for sure. But it looked like a 12-pounder, right? About 12 pounds.
I don't know. I think he can be fatter. He's pretty big.
Oh yeah. If you throw them GMOs in there, you know, it'll be about 20, 25 pounds.
They're well fed. Well, it's surprising how big they get. They're the alpacas, they were wet. It was raining when I did their video, so they kind of looked kind of funny. But and the donkey was out there.
You're like really quiet.
The alpacas.
Is that my problem or yours or?
Oh, your audio.
Yeah, it just seems. Earlier I could hear you real well, but right now it's not so good.
Check your audio on the side of your phone. See if it goes up. Hello, everyone in chat.
I wonder if I use my buttons. Would that work?
Is that better? Anyone?
I don't know. It didn't.
We got Frankie.
It didn't switch over.
Jake and Dean and Vindicta Veritas. And who else we see? Jim Dillinger, Supercalifragilistic. GT 1982 Mustang, Andrea 73. We got one. See, I can't. This looks like a Russian name. Talking about wrong screen for vegetarian. You know, that's funny about our community. Is like they see one thing and their mindset takes over their thinking. Like they don't wait for the punchline. You know, they just automatically attack. Sick 'em.
Yeah, well, it's not even really the holiday for a vegetarian. So.
Yeah. I mean, you know, it's, you know, yes, Thanksgiving has become this gorging feast, but you know, I'm not participating at all today. This is my Thanksgiving. This is what I'm doing today. This is what I was going to do. And then you and I were talking the other day, and I was like, damn, why don't we do it together? It sounded fun. So,
yeah, I basically got the day off for Thanksgiving. That's what's happening for Thanksgiving.
That's awesome. Yeah, I'm not working either. We worked till late last night. But and I'll have to go tomorrow, but it's nice to have a day off.
Yeah, I'm just bouncing intermittently between books and watching stuff on my phone and taking a nap. I already took a nap today. That was awesome.
What books are you reading now?
Psychology. Right now, I'm kind of focusing on psychology because I figure the more I can learn about who we are out of what we already know, the more I'll be able to figure out why we're here, maybe, you know, one day, or how we got here, where we are, any of that shit that we really don't know for sure.
Oh, yeah,
So I figured I kind of start with the psychology so I could get to know you and me a little better, like with the basically the stereotypical stuff or whatever. Of course, there are variables with each person individually, but that's what I'm focusing on right now, you know.
That's cool. I've been looking to a lot of how the okay. I spent from 2008 until 2017 offline. Did not go on the internet at all. So, and before that, I used the internet for mostly for business purposes. And so I wasn't one of these, like, I didn't get much into social media and things like that. I was too busy to do that.
When you went offline, was that after you woke up?
Yes, I immediately went offline.
That makes so much sense to me, because I'm right now. I'll let you continue. Go ahead.
It was just I realized how much it affected me, and so I went offline, and it was wonderful because I worked using the internet, and it was just day and night. I was being, hit with business. It never stopped. And so when I stepped back from it, it was very a relief. But in the process of that, I missed that whole social media jump of where everybody was. There was this way of doing things on the internet that was being created while I was offline. And so when I came back, I didn't know the rules. Okay. And so I kind of was a little bit, I'm old school. I'm Gen X. And we when we have a problem, we just take it out back, and we either argue about it or we beat hell at each other. But when you come to the internet, people just hide behind the keyboard and they say things they normally wouldn't say. And it's a horrible.
Yeah, there are no longer just shots above the belt. They go way below, and they don't care.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's horrible. It takes it's like half of the stuff I hear people saying back in the day would have got your ass whooped. I mean, straight out, you wouldn't say that shit, or you would have had your ass whooped. And so it's this messed up thing that's going on. And I stepped back and I started looking at what is really going on here, because there is a ton of infighting in this community that is out of control. And
that's why I like a person to person kind of a communication, like in person. That's always the best. You know what I mean? Because they can't bullshit you then, and you can call their bluff on things right away, and watch their reactions, all that stuff. You can't do that online.
I was speaking with someone just last week that that was saying that they made the comment that watches my channel all the time, and they said, I don't agree with everything you say. And I'm thinking, good. Okay, that's a good thing, because we shouldn't always agree with. If you agree with everything someone says, something's off. Okay, you're not doing your own thinking. And then they made the comment that, like, you don't believe in the Mandela effect. And I'm like, wait, whoa. I do, and then we had this conversation about it. But it was like, this person has watched me for a long time, and I talk about Mandela effect all the time, and they completely miss the fact that I do believe in Mandela effect. And it's interesting how things can get confused, even by the people that watch us all the time and people that we even talk to quite often. And it's this one-on-one conversation that where a lot of these, it's like I was watching one of the big channels the other day, and they were throwing under the bus all the Tartarian, and mainly the Tartarian researchers. And
you mean the Tartars?
yeah.
the Tartars, and they. It was like I was listening to him. And I'm thinking everything. There's not everything, but most of what they were saying. I'm like, well, I agree with you. They were mainly basically complaining about the TikTok Tartars. These idiots that are putting out these videos that are literal grifters that are trying to make money off these TikTok clips. And
only surface research, right?
Well, they're just taking what everybody else is doing and cherry picking it and making these really interesting videos that are just TikToks. They're just plain. There's no reason. They're not doing. It's like that Bully Slayer guy. He's not doing research. He's just cherry picking what's interesting and putting it together in a way that's interesting that will grab dumbasses that watch it and they go, oh wow, that's really interesting, and if you know really the research, you're like, that guy's an idiot.
Well, it takes some digging, and you know as well as anybody else, it takes some hunting.
Absolutely. I mean, you look. Go ahead.
Did you know that the Beagle, their ears help their nose? Did you know that?
No, I don't think so.
And I was thinking about that, and I'm like, doesn't all of our ears help our no? And they really don't. I can't really think about that one, but they were also bred for hunting, and they're like pack animals.
Yeah.
So the community thing we love, right? Like we love the community, and that's why we're having this here stream.
Well, absolutely. I mean, I have a great community. It's small, but it's a good community. And then you've got these other community. There's a lot of these communities that are forming now, where they're these panel channels is a way of describing them, where you get 10, 15 people, 3, 4, 10, 15 people on one stream, and they're all arguing against each other, and all of them are, it's just a shit show, and
yeah,
it's crazy. Then you got these call out channels, and now they've been calling out everybody, and then now they're calling out each other. I mean, they're literally stabbing each other in the back. It's hilarious. But it's sad because
you're not talking anything about the FE community at all, are you? Because they do that same thing.
I haven't.
Recently, it's been a lot.
Are they doing the same thing?
It's backstabbing left and right, and some of them have their own little, inner circle and all this stuff, and all that stuff. When I was asking you if it was after your awakening, when you shut down to the online stuff,
yeah,
is because recently I've been seeing all this crap going on in all these different communities that are supposed to be tight knit and bonded together and moving forward in research together and actually, making something with what we're doing and talking about, but that's just not happening. So I've been wanting to shut it out myself,
I thought the community was supposed to, work together, and it was a place for us to bond and to gain understanding together and share ideas, but all it's become is a shit show of people arguing, and I'm guilty of it too. And the problem is that when you here's an example. I looked into the Meltology.
Hey, you were called out in some horseshit ways, and you had to say something, I mean, couldn't have just sat there.
Well, I like with the Meltologist, I looked into what they were, showing, and because I was interested. And when I started looking into it, I saw very clearly that they were lying to people. And so I tried to go back channels and work it out with them and like have conversations. That didn't work. And I tried to chat with them in their, live streams. That didn't work. I tried to send them messages. That didn't work. They would block me. And then, I decided to make videos and like talk about what I was seeing, and that pissed them off. And then they started attacking me. And, then I really hit them, and I started making these videos to absolutely prove what they were doing wrong. Not that Meltology isn't possible, but these Meltologists, they're actually using bullshit research to bring their what their ideas to make their ideas real when they don't need to do that. And so
what I see it is I see these guys, they have an opportunity that they can capture the attention of all these people and maybe possibly get some fundage out of it. And whatever picture they come across, they're just like, oh shit, melted. Look at the melt, you know, like there's no research done behind any of it. That's what I've seen. And for them to say they're doing anything important, I don't know about that.
I had a guy saying the other day that, oh, well, I wish you would stop saying that, joking about the roads being melted, because I've never heard anybody saying roads being melted. And the Truth Seeker 69 says it all the time that roads are melted. She says that literally. They say that sand is melted buildings. They say that.
Hey, and that's a running damn joke. Nobody can take that away from you. Get the hell out of here.
But here's the ultimate takeaway is that I did all this work and I quit doing it because I literally could have stopped doing mud flood research, and I could have literally spent the rest of my life, I still could, destroying these people. Okay. But then I realized that it was absolutely doing no good. They're just literally locked into this ignorant focus. And, you know, I went back recently to see what they were doing now. And, you know, they're doing two things. Number one, they're still showing the same bullshit and doing the same bullshit tactics. And number two, they're still talking shit about me. This is 6 months ago. And I'm like, damn. And I hadn't even looked at him in 6 months. I'm like, that's crazy.
Hey, imagine all the shit you've built and created since they've been sitting there doing nothing this whole time. And you didn't even stress about any of their stuff that they're doing. All their stuff is bogging them down, and you're free and you're building and, you know, positive, good vibrations.
Be better. I am interested in Meltology, that theory, that hypothesis. I think it's very interesting, but I think that everybody, and I mean across the board, I looked at all of them. Every one of them is full of shit with their research. The one that comes the closest, in my opinion, to actually getting closer to where it needs to go is I Am Kairos, and he's full of shit too. So I saw him going.
Is who? I'm sorry, you broke up. Who'd you say it was?
I Am Kairos. He is the one that comes the closest to going the right direction, in my opinion. Although he is actually doing the same bullshit they're doing. It's just he's trying to veer it in more of a correct direction. Instead of just posting up a picture. Okay, literally, the picture behind me, they would see that and go, look, it's a melted building. Look, can't you see the brick lines? It's a building. I mean, you idiots, can you not see it? It's right there. And I'm like, I have literally been to this location. It's called the Lower Cascades at Hanging Rock State Park. I've actually taken a bath in that water. Okay. And I'm telling you.
Hey, I've been thinking about going there, actually. Hanging Rock.
Oh, it's wonderful. You'll love it. Absolutely awesome.
I want to go before I leave. Yeah.
It's free. I mean, you got to pay for the campsite, but it's really cheap and it's wonderful.
And you got to drive there. Time is money. Right.
Well, it's only like 4-hour drive, I think. It's a little bit north of Winston-Salem.
It was 3 for me. I'm a little closer.
Oh yeah, you are. Yeah, that's true. So you're heading a different direction in life?
Yeah, no. So a job opportunity came up in Vegas where I can make a little bit more money and I can be closer to the kids and be able to be around them as they are now 11 and 14. Okay. So they're at that, they're going to be needing a rational mind around. Not that they don't already have that. I'm not saying that. Right. But they're going to need another rational mind around to, help them through their things or whatever. So yeah, seems like a good opportunity, and that plus the job and all that stuff.
It's a job, right? I mean, a plumbing job, right? It's a plumbing job.
Plumbing job, yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, that's awesome.
Yeah. And Nikki's gonna stay here because her daughter's in college and all that stuff, and she's been at her job for a long time. So the channel, if it moves forward with anything, which I'm sure it will, I'll come up with something to do with the channel later on. I don't know, thinking about just hammering on certain articles my way, with my brain and whatever research, you know, I can do on that certain topic, maybe more Mudflood stuff later on if I can find anything over there in Vegas, because I think there are a few areas that I could look at and see.
Check out downtown Vegas. There might be stuff there.
Do what now?
Downtown Vegas.
Oh, yeah.
There could be stuff there, and then there's you know, you've got there's stuff in that area, and it'll take your research will take a different turn, and it'll go the direction it needs to go. It'll come to you one day. But yeah, I mean, everybody go check out BillyPhilly22 channel. The link is in the description of this video, and I'm sure somebody will pop in the chat with the link to that. But go.
Yeah, it's probably usually Hippie Shake. She's always there for that. Thanks,
Hippie.
Yeah,
she's on point. But hello, Daniel Becker and Dennis the Menace, and let me see who else we got hanging out here. Possum peanut butter. That's funny. Ginger Grin.
I think I could sing
too. We're impromptu hangout today. We're, you know, it's
GT 1982. I'll check it out for sure.
Oh, he's got a building for you. Yeah, I've heard.
Well, he said there's plenty of buildings to look at. So
I've heard that. I don't know. I haven't looked there myself, so I think that it's quite possible. I
remember looking one. I got on Google Earth and I was like just looking around at different areas, and I'm pretty sure I've seen a couple drop-ins in one area, but I don't remember where I was looking, and I'd be hard pressed to find it again. But I'll be looking.
There's also well, I mean, gosh, there's LA's not that far. I mean, there's different places if you wanted to do road trips you could go to also. Yeah. I mean, there's people, that's a thing in Las Vegas or Los Angeles for people to take road trips to Vegas. It's not too far. But
yeah, plus we have all the mountains around there, which I like that. I like the mountain scenery and all that stuff. I mean, the trees here are nice in North Carolina where I'm at, but they block everything. That's all you see are trees. They're beautiful in the fall. They really are. Like right now, they're very pretty, but they're just everywhere.
I love it when the trees change around here. It's really cool, especially in the mountains. It's really, really nice.
Oh, speaking of the seasons changing, I had one thing about FE to talk about if I could. It was a thought I had.
Go for
it. So most people that know about flat Earth, they understand that the sun does a circuit above us from the Tropic of Cancer out to the Tropic of Capricorn. So it's at the Tropic of Cancer on June 21st. And then at that point, it starts speeding up because it has to go faster out here, slightly faster to keep up with the hand on the clock that it's on, right? So as it begins to speed up, that's when hurricane season roughly starts. Well, it starts around June, well, maybe early June, supposedly. Okay. But it really starts to ramp up August through September. So I'm thinking as it speeds up and it goes out towards the Tropic of Capricorn, like that's causing the hurricanes to be exacerbated by the electromagnetic wake of the sun coming around type of deal.
Okay. All right.
Just a thought I had. I don't know.
Possibly.
I was just seeing if maybe that would resonate with somebody.
Being caused by the powers that be. They have the ability to control all weather. So they can
of course they can manipulate. They can manipulate what's already there. I agree. Yeah.
They can manipulate a hurricane. I don't think they can create a hurricane yet, but they can definitely increase it and decrease it. But they can also drive it. You
got to think about what creates it, right? I mean, it's going to be the low and high pressure zones and stuff like that, and they can create those. So I mean, I feel like they can do certain things and spray certain things, and well, not that they do that or whatever.
Oh,
but
they
they
do
can
that.
do things in certain areas, and it just creates like I was talking to some people about it at work, some electricians. No, nothing against electricians, but either way, and I was telling them that, watch, there's some stuff going on in the sky. Watch, it's going to be raining here in the next couple of days. So then they were expecting, every time it happened, oh, hey, where's the rain? Where's the rain? And
Right.
it was a good question at the time, but then I thought about it, and really, they would do certain things in certain ways to drive the systems where they want them to go. That's my thoughts anyway.
I always kind of thought maybe when you see, it might be a good thing if you see the chemtrails, because if you're seeing them and they're moving, that means that they're going, whatever the event that they're trying to do happens elsewhere, because they've moved across over your pasture area. Like they do it over here so that it rains over there, and then they don't know it's chemtrails. They don't make the connection of the two.
Yeah, and I also think they can't control it completely, because how are you going to control the wind?
I don't think they can. There's certain things I think they can make earthquakes. I think they can do tsunamis with earthquakes. I think they can do tornadoes. What else? They might be able to do hail. I know they can control the intensity and the direction of hurricanes, like Katrina. That was definitely a direct hit there. I've actually seen them turn a hurricane on a dime and make a right turn.
Where was it recently? Acapulco slammed with a Cat 5. Did you hear about that?
No, I didn't hear about
that. Nobody heard about that. Biggs.
Huh. See, I don't watch
slammed.
I couldn't tell you anything on the news. I haven't watched. I don't even remember the last time I watched TV or the news or anything like that. I just don't watch
Acapulco. I think it was Acapulco. I could be wrong.
I don't know.
It was one of those places down there.
It was a 5?
Cat 5, and it went from tropical storm to Cat 5 in like real quick, like 0 to 100, quicker than shit.
That's crazy.
Totally devastated them, like miles and miles of coastline just gone. Buildings, big ass buildings, gutted.
Where exactly?
And there's only one video I seen, and I think it was on BitChute that I had to find that.
And how long ago was this?
Within the last month, within the last few weeks, maybe last month.
I didn't hear anything. I didn't hear anything about that. Sometimes I see stuff on the YouTube feed, but I don't even look for news. It just, if it pops on a feed and it interests me, I might take a look, but I definitely didn't hear about that. Damn, that's weird.
Yeah, and another thing that I noticed recently is, because I go to the gym fairly consistently lately. So I'll hop on the treadmill for like 5 minutes before, just to kind of, warm up or whatever, or shake the sleepiness off of me before I work out. And there's like 4 TVs. Monday through Friday, it's fear, fear, fear. I shit you not. And then Saturday, Sunday, they give us a little break, and it's like home remodels or something, and maybe this guy's talking about something going on in politics, just simple, nice, calm stuff. But throughout the week, man, it's fear on those TVs.
They have to give you a break. They have to relax you, otherwise you overload and you break down. They do this. I don't know how to.
That's also part of the programming, giving us our weekend, our time off or whatever, and then they give us the nice, comfy stuff on the weekend to make it settle in more. To get us used to the routine or whatever.
I can't say the words here. When they make their special sauce, let's say, with the younger folks, and then they drink it and it adrenalizes them. I can't say much more than that, but they do the same thing with that. They don't just make them. They don't just terrorize. It's like they do it and then they back off. They do it and they back off, and they do it in increments so that, because if they do it fast, if they do it all at one time, the person just breaks down and it doesn't work. It's too much.
And like I told you recently, I've been reading about the psychology stuff, which has prompted me to pay attention to shit like that. And that's definitely a psychological tactic from the higher, whoever you want to call them, higher ups, them, they.
Yep, absolutely. They do the same thing with. I think that was part of the Jabba Dabba Doo thing, where they, they had everything all messed up for a couple years, and then they backed off completely because people were getting to that breaking point, and so they backed off of them, and then everything went right back to normal. No, overnight, just no problem, nothing to see here.
Yeah, that's crazy, right? And the fact that recently I've been seeing things about. Well, I've seen kids going to the bus stop with these masks on already. I mean, I can't believe it, man. Like people won't wake up. And I'm sorry, like that's one of the things I had written down too. Like people that don't get it, I'm starting to think that maybe some people aren't supposed to get it, because it takes something big. It took something, well, not something big, but it takes a little moment that just flips your whole world around, and that's something big. You know what I mean? And I had that. I just don't see and it was hard for me to have that though,
Yeah, I know what you're saying. I've been through it. Yeah, people think awakening is a wonderful experience. No, it sucks ass. It when you find out everything in your reality is a lie, it really shakes you. It's a hard thing to realize what's going on in our world.
And me being a rational person, always, a rational person other than being, not awake at that time. Like now I'm like, okay, rationally, me telling people about this, they should understand me and get what I'm saying, realize it themselves, But it doesn't work like that. It's so frustrating. No. It's like, really?
No. I had a guy in 2008 put his fist in my face because I told him about the Amero. That's all I told him.
What is that? Your tattoo?
No, the Amero was a coin, a type of money system they were gonna go to. They've moved past it. Now they're to the digital, but they were going to go to a what was called the Amero. It was kind of going to be a combination for Canada, United States, and Mexico. And I was telling him about this, that they were talking about it on CNN, and I think it was on the Lou Dobbs show or something like that. And this guy, that was all we were talking about. And he jumped up and pushed me against the wall and had his fist in my face ready to punch. And I'm like, what the hell? Like, I could not believe. And the guy was just so mad because, well, he was asleep, but it was like I was breaking up, like taking away the dollar. Like in his mind, I was saying, which I was, but I was taking away his money. And that idea just like he flipped. And I'm like,
it struck deep with him, huh?
Yeah, and I was just having a simple I wasn't talking about anything else, and I learned a lesson there. You've got to be very careful. But see, most people are not able to wake up, or are not willing to wake up, or not going to wake up. We're in a transition right now, but from the 3D reality to there's a new heaven and a new earth, a new reality being created, which is the 5D reality. And we're in the fourth dimensional time shift between the two right now. That's why things are so weird. Why things are so, every day you wake up and there's some new kind of wackiness. That's why you have the Mandela effect. That's why
like Mandela effect. I never heard of that shit till like 2 days ago. Or well, I heard about it like a week or so ago, but I didn't think it was anything to really look at. and then somebody I was talking to was like, dude, if you don't look at it, like, well, they didn't come out and say this or whatever, but but basically it was saying like, hey, if you don't look at this, you're not even really awake or whatever. I'm like, what? So I started looking at it, and sure enough, there are some damn coincidences, man. Well, I don't know if you would call them coincidences, but there's some weird shit going on.
There's definitely something going on. I mean, it's clear that there's something going on. And I've actually been in arguments about this with people on streams where my point of view is, yes, it is happening. Yes, there is Mandela effects, but proving it is a very, very either hard thing to do or impossible thing to do, because it's
or answering the question, what is the point? Why are these changes happening? What would it even matter if the changes are happening for that reason or whatever? Like those are my questions. I love rabbit holes and stuff, but I love stuff that I can sink my teeth into and really grab onto. And this isn't one of them, but I'm intrigued nonetheless.
I think it's part of the shift. I think it's just you're seeing a bleeding of realities. It's like you got two realities running side by side, and we're jumping from track to track. And I've heard of Mandela effects flipping back, and then coming back again. They're changing back and forth. It's like we were talking about the other day with Star Wars and C-3PO's leg. I'm a firm believer and know that it was orange originally. I saw Star Wars in the theater when I was a child 26 times. I've seen it on VHS, I don't know how many times. I've seen it on DVD, I don't know how many times. I've seen it on TV, I think. I've seen it on cable or something. I've seen it many times because it was a big, big movie when I was little. It meant a lot to me as a kid and as I grew up. Now the newer movies, they suck ass, but that movie was amazing. The first three movies, they were amazing, but especially that first one. And episode 4, but C-3PO's leg was always gold. His whole body was gold. And then now the Mandela effect is that it's one silver leg. And I'm like, okay, when I heard about this, I'm like, that's not true. And I went back and looked, and sure enough, now his leg is silver. And I'm like, that's not right.
See, I wasn't a big watcher of any of those movies, but I did see them maybe once or whatever a long time ago. And I definitely feel like I would have remembered the out of place silver look of a different colored leg. You know what I mean? Like that seems like something that would be notable in the mind.
The way I've questioned whether this happened or not, but when George Lucas waited to release it on DVD, and right before he released it on DVD, he went back in and he added things to the original movie. He changed things. I don't know if you knew that, but he added stuff in the backgrounds of the film. And then when he released it on DVD, there was these new elements. And I always wondered if maybe somehow he changed that leg to silver at that time. But then if you go back and look at old like VHSs and things like that and old film reels, now the leg is silver in those too. So it's like, well, I don't think that's it.
See, that's the part that trips me out. Like for real, the old stuff is changing too. Like that's crazy. It's a crazy thought, but
it's a crazy thought. And here's the problem: if you've got a younger person, let's say somebody that let's say they're today 10 years old or something, and they're of the age where they'd like the film and watch the film. They watch the film, they see C-3PO's leg is silver. There's no way that you could prove to that person, that 10-year-old kid, that C-3PO was always gold. That you can't, because he's always seen as the silver leg. He's like, no, you're crazy. That's leg silver. So how do you prove it? I know it was always gold. He knows it's always silver. So how do you prove it? How do you two come together? How do we both know that which is true? It's like, what is truth? It's like truth. This is a big conversation that's going on in the truth community right now. Is there one truth, or do we all have a truth, our own personal individual truth? Personally, I feel we have our own personal individual truth. I do not feel
we're all personal individual people. So how could you even think that?
I don't think that if there was one.
No, I'm saying I agree with you. We're probably right.
I mean, okay, let's say, okay, let's get naughty here for a second. Okay, let's say you're a young man, okay, and you meet this girl, okay, and you know, somehow, some way get in bed with her, okay, and you get busy and you get your freak on, okay. Now you in your mind think that is the best sex that has ever been had. Man has never had better sex than you just had. And she's thinking, well, Billy Bob was actually better than this dude. Who's right? Whose truth is truth?
Well, that's an interesting analogy to look at.
And you can look at that on many different
Both of them
ways.
are truth, right?
Okay, do you like what's a vegetable that you don't like?
That I don't like, probably, I don't know. I'm not a big fan of carrots.
You don't like carrots. Okay. I like
Not really.
carrots.
No.
My truth is that I like carrots, that they taste good. Your truth is what?
That you like carrots and they taste good to you.
No, what is your truth about carrots?
My truth is I don't like carrots.
But do you think they taste good?
They're kind of sweet, depending on how they're cooked. Mostly, no.
Okay, so your truth is that you mostly do not like carrots. My truth is that I do like carrots. So whose truth is truth?
Truth is
truth?
definitely subjective.
But there's these people out there say there's one truth. Well, how is both of those true? How is there one truth? How is that one truth? It's stupid.
Yeah, that's a trip.
With a passion, I hate asparagus. I literally, I cannot stand the smell of it. I cannot stand the taste of it. I've had people say this is
a
the best
little bit of salt on the tips with butter in the oven or on the grill. So good. So good.
It tastes like pure shit to me. I think it's the worst vegetable that God ever created. I fucking hate it. I've literally, and I'm not joking about this, I was given asparagus at dinner one time and I said, I don't like it. And I was told to eat it. And I said, I don't want it. And they're like, and I got yelled at, eat it. So I was like, okay. And I ate it and then immediately puked all over the table. That was the last time I was ever fed asparagus. And it became a joke. This Johnny asparagus, that was a joke. I fucking hate asparagus. But there's people out there that think it's freaking awesome. Whose truth is truth? Where's this one truth? There is no one truth. There is no one truth. We all, if there was one truth, this universe would be boring. Absolutely boring. I mean, it's like,
I don't know, the creator, the creator, I would say, in hopes that there is a creator that created us, however that might look, it's not like this or whatever, but might be a tourist field or something, I think, which is another thing I don't think we can maybe get past or whatever.
Well, it's like you talk about, you ask a Christian about God, okay, they're going to give you the Christian version. That is their truth. Okay, if I give you my truth, I'm going to give you my pantheistic version of what I think spirituality and creation is. Okay, those two do not.
And that's more of a hermetic viewpoint, isn't it? Like everything is a part of God, and for us to even try to worship God would be an impiety, because we couldn't even worship him in the way that he deserves, type of thing, because we're all, it would be underappreciating him in a way. I don't know. I read some things about hermetic. It was like Principia Hermetic something. I forget exactly what it was, but it was fascinating.
Emerald tablets of Thoth. That's another thing, is the one, we are one, that a lot of people have trouble with understanding. We are one, and this is a quote that I thought that always resonated with this, that made me help me understand this. I believe it was Neil Donald Walsh that said this in one of his book. I believe the book was Conversations with God. Not sure which of the 3 books it was, but he said Hitler went to heaven, and when you understand that, you understand God. And basically, we are all part of this universe. We're and God is everything, okay? And we are a very small, we are all a small part of God. It's like if you imagine this glass, okay, this is sweet tea, the nectar of the gods. If this glass, the water, the liquid in this glass, if this is God, okay, ignore the cup, but if the water, if the liquid is God, okay, then I am a drop, okay? I'm a drop, just a little drop. But I come out here and I'm a drop. I'm a part of God, okay? And then I go back to God. We go back and forth, in and out. We're always connected. We're all one because we are all
unless you learn enough the first time. Maybe you don't have to come back. I don't know. Never mind.
Well, and
This is a thought that I had. I mean, because we're all here to learn and experience, right? And to bring the best through our experience.
Well, yeah, we're here to learn experience. This is my viewpoint. We're here to learn experiences, and we choose our experiences. If we want to learn what it's like to get bludgeoned to death with a club, well, we sign up for that. And I know that's a lot of people go like, what? Yeah, it's true. We actually want to experience that. And the person that actually bludgeons us to death actually signs up to be the person that does that. But also you make an agreement that the reverse will be true, that you can switch roles in another lifetime, and
the
you
duality.
can experience from a different view.
Hey, am I yelling every time I talk, or can I speak quieter and normal? Or...
You can speak, I think, speak quiet or normal. See how it works.
I mean, this should be normal right here.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, we can hear you good.
Yeah, because I felt like I had to maybe yell a little bit because the phone's a little bit of a distance. So I am on my phone, by the way, people. So it's really, I'm kind of limited. I can't see chat really all the time or nothing. So I did see New West Reset in there. What's up, Frankie?
I see Morgan's in there. I wish they would be able to show you more. But these are ideas.
Well, they do. I have to hit the button and then look over, and then I can't see you anymore. But I guess I don't have to see you, right?
It's this one. I don't believe there's one truth. I think that idea is very limited. I think I think it's a very limiting idea to think there's one truth. I think that's it's actually kind of a sad viewpoint to think
one truth psychologically speaking, though, right? Like not necessarily, because I mean there's the true, like, you know, I can pinch myself in and feel it, you know. I mean, those are truths that, you
unless you're a paraplegic and you can't feel.
Okay, good point. Okay, well, the earth is flat or round. That's something that can be proven true, right? Or should be able to be.
Well, what's the truth? Is it flat, or is it round, or is it neither? I mean, it's
well,
very,
you know,
maybe it's both. I mean, you know, maybe in the 3D reality it's a globe, and maybe in the 5D reality it's flat. Maybe it's both. Maybe it's neither. I mean, what is look, if there was a truth, one truth, you know, wouldn't there have been a book written that was the one truth book?
Yeah, people are talking about maybe boarding maybe modern day airships or sailing ships or whatever, and see if they can actually see if anybody actually stops them going past that 60th degree south parallel that we can't go past, because they'll stop us, you know. But do any of us even know, because nobody's ever tried, type of deal, you know, like, so let's go try. Like that's one of those things that people are talking about. And an airship could also do it too, possibly, if you could get some type of maybe free energy or some renewable like energy system, like the exhaust from the engine which I heard about recently, which sounds like genius. But the exhaust from the engine would be hydrogen or helium. So the exhaust would actually refill the ship, and you could just sail forever. But I think you would probably hit the edge of the toroidal field that we're in, if you ask me.
Did you
But
see the video
that's my
recently where
speculation moment.
Elon shot the rocket up and it hit the dome and exploded? That was cool.
Yeah, that was hilarious.
I mean, aren't you were saying there's a group that you're a part of now, a new group of flat earth researchers?
Yeah, it's a couple people talking about it. I think there's like maybe like 5 people in there and 70 bots, No, I don't know. I don't know how many people are actually in there, but there's a couple people in there talking about or speculating, I guess, at the moment what it would be like to do something like that.
Is that a group that anybody's invited to, or do you have to be specially invited? Or
no, I think anybody could be invited to it. Yeah, but I guess I'd have to figure out how to put the link maybe in the video later.
Is it a certain name of the group?
Maybe airships. Well, right now they call it a. Hold on, let me see.
Maybe at they can find it through just the name of the group. I don't know. I don't know how those function. No,
it's t.me/airships south beyond.
Okay, say it one more time.
Airships south beyond.
And that's on WhatsApp, I believe.
No, that's gonna be Telegram.
Yep. Okay. Well, maybe you'll get some new joiners. But
like I said, I mean, I feel like it's all speculation at the moment, and really, who's going to leave their 9 to 5, their family, whatever? I mean, it's going to be a couple of us loners jumping on a damn ship or airship or whatever. And how do we even get our hands on it? How do you get to that point? We need funding. We need to have a plan. Like there's all kinds of shit that would have to happen for this to even be a feasible deal. And what would we even find when we get there? That's kind of the point, is to just see.
Well, it's a build it and they will come kind of thing. I mean, you start thinking about it and start toying with the idea, and maybe, just maybe, somebody will show up and say, "Oh, I got a boat. We could go on my boat." I mean, you never know. I mean, it could happen. Why not?
Yeah.
Or a plane or whatever.
Yeah, and that would be one of the things about it. There would have to be some kind of outreach, or maybe a channel dedicated to the research of it, and maybe that channel gets popular or something. It would have to be where it gets popular enough to where people would actually, see it somehow.
That's an interesting. I've never heard that one before. Wizard of Oz is about getting past the crater dome ice wall, closed circuit enslavement. I've never heard that, but I will say that the Wizard of Oz was actually about our money system. It was his way of describing our monetary system and gold and silver to people. But that,
I thought it was all about subliminal messaging.
I love that movie though. I think this is really interesting about this. That's a big problem. That's a big question that's happening in our communities all around. Is this one truth or multiple truths? Personal truths compared to one truth. That's a big argument that's being had. It's like 900. Was it like they said it was, or was it something else? And depending on who you talk to, people believe with wholeheartedly I believe it was absolutely false flag, but there's other people that believe, oh no, Mr. Bin Laden, he's fully responsible, and I'm sorry that there's 2 different truths there. So who's got the truth? So you can't, maybe it is a fact that, it was a false flag. Maybe, let's just say, and that would be a truth, but that's just one thing. I think that the flat Earth thing is actually more interesting. Then you got the people like God, like there's people that don't believe in God. There's people that really don't believe there's a God. Now they're idiots. That's retarded, but
Agreed.
that is a truth for them. They actually believe that shit. Well, that's their truth.
Don't you know the house built itself? Come on, man.
I mean, I think it's really sad when people can't find a connection to God in some way, shape, or form. I mean,
Hey, you know the never-ending story. There's a flat Earth proof on there when he's flying on Falcor at the end.
Huh?
Like they show the horizon or whatever, and you can see the sun way down there, hella low, way before the horizon. That's awesome.
Oh wow!
I'm like, no shit.
I remember that movie. I've seen it many times back in the '80s when it was out.
Great movie.
Of course, the '80s had the best movies. I don't know if you weren't alive during the '80s, you hadn't lived yet. Sorry.
You know what I just seen recently that probably all of you in the chat and who will watch this have already seen is They Live, bro. I just watched it for the first time like maybe a week ago.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, that was way ahead of its time. Really cool.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. I'm like, damn.
They got pavement lights in that movie.
Yeah, I seen them. Yeah.
They could probably redo that movie in a cool way. They couldn't do it like they did then, but they could probably make it cool.
Hey, can I ask about the hot air balloon that I seen you post? What's up with that?
I don't know a lot about it, but it's a local hot air balloon company, and they actually
was that on your property that you got there?
It was down the street.
Okay.
And they land in this area because there's so many fields, and it's a good place for them to land. So they land here around here quite often. I don't know where they're from, but it's a really cool balloon. And I haven't seen it actually in a while, but the other day I was working and I heard it, and I started looking around, and the next thing I know, I saw it was over in another field, and so I went over there and got a quick video of it.
Yeah, that was pretty neat. I want to go up in one. That'd be cool.
Yeah, I could probably get you the information. I'd have to find it, but I've heard that's really cool. I don't know all the details behind it. I think they do like morning rides and night rides or like sunrise rides or sunset rides. I think that's how they do it. It's really neat.
Hey, you think we can take a little break?
Yeah, we can. Sure can. Let me find my doodad here. Let's see. Give me just a minute. You gonna go check out the food section?
Yes, sir. Yeah, I gotta eat real quick. Yeah, I'm on a schedule, man. I eat at 6 a.m., 9 a.m., 12, 3, and 6.
Wow.
Same thing every day. Same thing every day.
Let's see. Okay, I got a little something. All right, guys, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a quick break here, and we will be back soon. All righty. And we are back. Let's see. Unmute your mic.
Gotcha.
Okay. We're back, everybody. Oh, I may or may not.
Thanks for taking the break for me, Beagle. I appreciate it.
Oh, no problem. I may or may not have gotten into the pecan pie. We will never know.
I made some. I don't like pumpkin spice. I think it's like not a very good flavor thing to have.
And I
But
do.
pumpkin spice cookies. Oh, bro, I will knock those down quick. I love those.
Ginger cookies. Have you ever had those?
I think so. Yeah. Uh-huh.
Yeah, there's a good. They're better when they're softer, but they're harder to find. I've got a really good recipe for them. Actually, it's right here. I need to send this. One of my buddies out there, they're watching right now. They want this recipe. I'll send you the recipe. I got it right here beside my desk. To send to
Hey,
you.
I also wanted to say I seen Sherry Ives come across talking about her new password. My awakening sucks. That was pretty funny.
Absolutely.
That's a good password.
Absolutely. Awakening does suck. But
not the blaster password out there. My bad.
That's
you did it too.
While we're on break is that, you and I don't agree on everything. And that is truth. Okay. And that's fine. There's no problem with that. We all have a different perspective we're bringing to this.
We agree on a lot.
But we agree on a lot as well. And that's the point, is that all these people that are arguing and fighting, if they would just sit the fuck down and have a conversation and just listen and share, and if they disagree on something, actually talk it out and have actually argue about it. And I think people are scared to argue. What people want to do today is they want to have one of these formal debates where they get on their suit and tie and they get up there and they have a set rules that they want to go by, and they want to stay within the parameters of the conversation, and they want to go one person then the other, but back and forth, and they don't want to have an actual fucking conversation like we're having, where it's a
with that circumstance that you're speaking of. They usually just round robin themselves and nobody gets a point across anyway. So I see your point.
All they're doing is they're trying to one up each other, and they're trying to defeat each other, and nobody's listening to either side. And if you just have a fucking conversation where you just sit down and listen, and then you talk, the other person talks, you disagree, and then you talk, and that's how you really get somewhere. But when you have this formalness to it, or you just and I'm sharing from experience, when you just slap somebody across the forehead with a video, it really does no good. And so if people would, but here's the thing, it's like with the Meltologists. I actually did invite them to the table to have a conversation before I slapped them. And that's what people don't understand, is that that's how it usually happens, is that people ask to have a conversation. They will deny that conversation thinking they're, higher up on the spiritual chain, and the other person doesn't know what the hell they're talking about, when in reality it's reversed.
I think a lot of people don't see that you ask nicely at first or whatever, and then they see you get down to the nitty gritty where you're like, all right, look, bitch, you know what I mean? Excuse my language, but when you finally get to that point, that's when people are like, oh, look at how he's acting or whatever. Man, he tried to be nice, right?
Like with the Meltologists, I originally started off leaving comments in their chats, their live chats, and
let's have a talk, right?
And they would shoot me down, and then I would ask deeper questions and they would block me, or I would leave comments on their videos and they would block me, or they delete me. And then I went back channels trying to have a conversation, and they shot me down and they stuck their nose up at me. Well, what am I supposed to do? Am I supposed to sit there and not ask my questions? No, I'm going to ask my fucking questions. It's a matter of, are you going to come to the table and let me ask them to your face, or are you going to let me attack you? And that's the problem. People were scared to come to the table. Everybody's they get their knickers in a twist before they actually come to see. It's like we have so much more. Look, we have a lot in common. We have much more in common than we do not in common. The problem is we've got to come together and have a conversation first before it gets out of hand. But we're not doing that. But that's just my 2 cents on that.
You're right. I'm with
you
you
said
on
you
that.
had some questions. Did you have any more questions that you wanted to shoot my way?
Oh, not really too much. I don't think.
And if you guys would like to ask,
I mean, JFK Jr. is alive, I think, right? Have you heard that?
JFK Jr. Isn't he the one that died in a plane crash?
Yeah, supposedly died in a plane crash. There are some people that think he might still be alive. And that him and Trump are buddies or whatever, and then now they're about to take over all the shit, and that he's like some type of being of the light or something.
I have not heard that one. No, I have.
Yeah, I watched. The comedian Jim Brewer.
No, I don't think so. No.
Half Baked. A long time ago, you ever see the movie Half Baked?
Oh yeah, yeah.
You remember Brian, the white dude in Half Baked? That's Jim Brewer.
Okay.
Brian's the guy who's always like, yeah, man. He's always.
Yeah. Okay.
He got the hair, the crazy hair.
I back when I liked to smoke copious amounts of weed. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
but either way, he was talking about it on his show, and they were like. It was something like 17 people at the funeral, and that was the letter Q or something, and that was connected to something else. I forget exactly what it was, but I thought it was fascinating. And it was just random topic to bring up.
All about that. A lot of times these celebrities, Michael Jackson, for example, what they'll do is they'll do this public death, where it's this big thing where they off them, or they get killed, or they die, or whatever, and then privately they go on and live their life in private, and then there's much more to it than that. There's possibility that they have life extension technology that they're not sharing, and that's they have to they have to do different things to get out of the public eye, but there's a lot of things we don't understand. What we got here? Synthetic activation, 5G microwave.
But what else did I have? Space is fake. I don't know if you knew that.
Yeah, it's
but that's my truth. Sorry, that's my truth.
Oh, it's my truth too. I definitely it was hard for me to come to the understanding or the belief that the Earth is flat. I didn't just go, oh, really? Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll go with that. No, I did a lot of contemplation and study on that, because that one was really difficult. It was kind of like a slap in the face of my thought processes, because you're finding out what you've been spinning around on all your life isn't actually a spinning ball. That's a big thing. And I loved space, the idea of space, even though I had been a believer that the moon landing was fake for a long time. It was still difficult for me. And I remember when I first woke up to flat Earth, going outside at night and just looking at the stars and thinking, wow, that's cool. What you got there?
Do that?
Yeah, flat Earth asterisks. Yeah.
Flat Earth asterisks on the bottle of wine I was sitting here drinking. We're talking about the flat Earth.
I see it so much. It's,
ever since all them episodes of Mudding with Beags, man, I just see it everywhere.
I was editing a video last night. I've got a little special video. I could go ahead and tell you about this. At the end of today's stream, I'm gonna play a little short little concert video that I've Beagleized. And so later in the stream, if you guys that like to participate in the Toki Toke Toke, if you'd like to get your Toki Toke Toke on, I think you'll enjoy this. You'll definitely enjoy it much more. So it is a holiday, so enjoy yourselves. I don't participate, but I have made it for you guys, and I think you'll enjoy that. So that's how we'll end today. But you know, the flat Earth, I would stare out at the stars and thinking, okay, well, this isn't real, and that is really fucked up, because that I had always enjoyed the stars, and that
Okay,
was
well,
really hard.
if I could, I'll let you expand or whatever. But I was gonna say the same thing right before you said that. Is I've been noticing the sky clock more often, and I remember seeing Orion when I walk out this door right here. I'd see Orion over there. And then throughout the months, it has tracked across the sky. And now at nighttime, I see it when I walk out the door over to the right. So I've watched it slowly track throughout the year. So I mean, they're circling around, like it's beautiful. It is absolutely amazing. You know, of course, not quite sure how it all works, but it's gorgeous, and I just can't get enough of it lately, especially with the scope and all that.
I don't have like the functionality of the setup of how the firmament is, you know, what is the firmament made of, what is past the firmament, how are the stars done,
Have you ever seen the channel The Tomb of Illumination? I'm sorry to step over you.
Nope, I hadn't heard that one.
I'll send you the link or whatever. You'll have to check him out. But he describes a system or whatever. I'm sorry?
Somebody will put it in the chat, I'm sure.
Yeah, but he describes a system that, just watching him, he's like, dude, this is like, it's somebody that's realizing like what they're saying, like almost as they're saying it type of thing. But he's thought about it the whole time. But he's like finding new things. Like he's awesome. He's amazing to watch. And he describes the toroidal field that we're in and how the vortex in the center north or whatever, I don't know, it expands outward to the tropics or whatever. And you just have to check him out.
Like a donut.
Really, I mean, I can't describe it all too well, but he does a great job at it. And there for a while when I was questioning even the whole okay, am I crazy, stuff like that, you know, I'm watching this guy going like, dude, is this guy crazy or does he got something here, you know? And nothing he says can be debunked by anybody. So he pretty much, he's got something, man.
I've got a video that it's off a show, America Unearthed, I think might be the show, but it shows they were looking for there's the Alaskan Triangle. Have you ever heard of that? Kind of like the Bermuda Triangle. Well, they were investigating that, and they went up there and they were taking video, and there was a guy talking about the magnetic anomalies up in that area, and they were showing on video this man and woman, and they were side by side. And I'm not okay. They were side by side. Say it's the man, it's the woman, and when he was saying, okay, now notice how she looks compared to later, and like you look at her physical size and how she compares to the guy, right? And let me see if I can do it. Okay, let's say one looked bigger than the other, right? And then they switched places. And when they switched places, it reversed. And they did it on camera. And they were like, kind of like, did we get that on camera? You know, like, and they did. They got it on camera. It's really crazy.
People don't realize the optical anomalies that happen in our everyday life all the time. You know, like there was this one TikTok or Instagram thing, reel or whatever that I seen. And they got this domed structure, you know, and then they start driving down the street or whatever, and they keep their eyes on that structure the whole time. And it looks like that structure goes from that little tiny thing, and when they're way down the street, that thing takes up the whole end of the street. It's crazy.
I remember that. It's a white and green roof or something. White building, green roof or something, and then they get
for some reason I thought it was domed. In my head, it's a domed structure. That's remember my truth.
I don't remember. Well, I don't remember that, but I remember when they got to the end of the street that it was actually.
Well, if you don't, it's Mandela. I got excuses for that now.
What was the one? Were you talking about the judgment? The word judgment. The Judge Dredd.
Yeah, the Terminator 2.
Judgment
No,
Day. Yeah.
Terminator 2 is Terminator 2 Judgment Day.
And then the
And
word.
so Judgment Day, the word judgment, you know, like without looking it up, how would everybody in the chat spell the word judgment?
Let me let's
You know,
actually let me actually look up the word judgment.
well, if you look it up, it's going to say Judgment.
Oh no,
But I remember it, and a lot of other people, from what I understand, remember it being Judgement.
I looked
So
it
that
up.
one tripped me out, and I wrote a couple of them down that
It's actually more interesting than that. Hold on. Let's.
Sorry, I think my internet is sucky or something.
Okay, I'm trying to find this. Oh, there it is. If you look up the word judgment, it's spelled Judgement, but then I noticed right here. What is the difference
Did you say
between
Ement?
Well, right. Well, up here it says. Well, okay. Look, it says Judgment, but then right here it says noun with an E. But then if you go down here, this is what struck me as it says, what is the difference between judgment and judgment, right? With an E and without an E. The spelling varies based on whether
What
you're
the
writing
hell?
UK or US English. In US English, judgment without an E, no E, is the only correct spelling. In UK English, judgment with an E is standard, but judgment is used in legal context. So I thought that was really interesting. Like, which, is that anything to do with it? I don't know.
That is interesting. That's a trip. I never looked that up.
So I'm not sure what the deal is there.
Wow.
I always thought it had an E in it, but I don't know.
And then I don't know if there were anybody that if there's anybody that went to church watching or whatever, but where in Matthew 18:20 it says where two or blank gather, there I am in the midst. You know, what does it say? Two or everybody remembers more. I remember more, where two or more are gathered. But now it's two or three, like in all the Bibles.
Huh.
It's not two or more anymore.
That folks in the chat, if you believe there is one truth, I want you to put a 1 in the chat. If you believe that we all have an individual truth, I want you to put 2 in the chat. If you believe it's a kind of a combination of the two, put a 3 in the chat. I just want to see what you guys think. And you can think whatever you want to. It's not about me being right or wrong. I don't care. I'm my truth's my truth to me. And Joe has his truth, and I think you all should have your own truth. It's we kind of, I believe we create our own reality, and I think it's I see a bunch of 3s. That's interesting. That's very interesting. And I think that's very, very possible. Okay, example is one guy thinks that 900 happened the way they said on TV. Another fellow like myself thinks it happened as a false flag event. But
you mean they didn't have trillions of dollars to hide and shit?
And they didn't use a walkie-talkie.
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I mean, if you've got a guy that believes it happened that way, and then you got a guy that believes it didn't happen that way, then there is a truth, like it either did or didn't happen that way. Okay, that would be one truth, right? But maybe there's this gray area between where before we find out for sure that it's a truth. Maybe that's the 3 version. It's interesting though. But I certainly do not believe in any way, shape, or form that there is one truth. I think that's very limiting. I think that limits the universe, it limits God, it limits humanity, it limits thought. I think it puts you into a box, and it's like saying, here's the Bible, it's the truth, and leaving it at that. I mean, you don't have anything left. It's like, okay, you got this one book and you're going to stay there. And so I think it's with a lot of different things. It's like, it reminds me of Terrence Howard talking about 1 times 1 in his book, which is an interesting little rabbit hole. And you guys should check out Terrence Howard. The actor from the show Empire and the movie Hustle and Flow. Yes, I'm talking about Terrence Howard, the actor. If you do not know, Terrence has actually removed himself from Hollywood and gone into research, and he's actually extremely intelligent, and he's doing a lot of work with the flower of life, and he's doing a lot of inventions. He's doing a lot of speaking tours, but he's actually a very intelligent guy. He's a lot like we are, and so if you should check into Terrence Howard and look at what he's doing. He's got some very, very interesting stuff. He's got this thing called the linchpin, which is, I know that sounds kind of bad, but actually that first, I don't know why he calls it that, but he actually is studying. He made a 3-dimensional version of a flower of life, and then studied the in-betweens of the flowers and came up with this shape called the linchpin. And now he's making technology based on this linchpin shape. I mean, some serious shit, man. I highly suggest checking him out.
Wow.
I don't want to skew your opinion there, but you can go figure it out yourself. I see a lot of 3s. I think that's very interesting, and I think I actually can jump on board with the 3 idea, that there is a combination of personal truth and a single truth, that it's a combination of the 2 ideas. I think that's actually more what I believe than a single truth, which incorporates the single truth or individual truth.
I mean, yeah, we're all definitely individual people, of course, and we're gonna have our different individual truths, like we've already spoken about. But then I feel like that there are also things that really can be proven. Don't ask me for an example. I don't have one, but I'm just saying, I feel like there are things that can really be proven, like this table is hard, you know?
Well,
the ground is solid.
Sweet
Doesn't
tea is
seem
the
to
best
move.
drink known to man. I mean, that's
Happen,
proof.
but,
That's fact.
you know.
That's absolute fact. That's the hands down fact.
Say that again. I just didn't hear you.
Sweet tea is the best drink known to man. I mean, that's absolute fact.
Sweet tea is good.
It's delicious. Have you ever heard the song "On the 8th Day God Made Sweet Tea"? I forget what band did. Craven Melon. Search Craven Melon Sweet Tea song. It's an old, like, it's a song from the 90s, and I actually we used to check them out, and we used to go to their concerts quite often. It was a local band around these parts, and they had this song. It was so great. I tell you, those were fun concerts. The girls really enjoyed that. There was always a lot of girls there. It was a lot of fun, but they had this song "On the 8th Day God Made Sweet Tea." But yeah, and then if you know, weird thing is that if in the South we have sweet tea, but then they call Florida the South, but when you get to the Florida line, they quit making sweet tea, which is insanity. But no, I mean, one truth. Let's think.
Sorry, you're kind of breaking up a little bit.
What is in the chat? What do you guys give? Can you give an example of something that is absolute truth? Because I think there are okay. I think we can all agree. Well, I can't even say that. I think that it's an absolute truth that there is a creator.
Water is life.
Everything is energy. I think that is a truth. I think that is a hard fact of
everything is frequency. I guess, right? That's also part of that would be the energy, I guess, the frequency.
That would be, yeah, that would probably be under energy, but yes, absolutely. I think those are truths. I think those are solid one answer truths that now it may or may not be that you understand that. You may not know what the hell we're talking about. You may be like, what, that doesn't even make any sense. But that doesn't,
that might not be your truth at the moment.
exactly, but it is the truth. And I think that is an example of absolute truths.
It's a big question, Beaks. It really is, you know.
I'm looking to see if anybody's talking about that pecan pie. I love pecan pie. I like pumpkin pie, pecan pie. I like pie. Pie's good.
Yeah, I didn't think there'd be too many people in here because the Mystery Science Theater Turkey Day Marathon's on today.
Oh,
Nobody knows about that. Huh?
Like that show, he'd watch it all the time. I never got it.
Yeah, it's good, man. It's funny. I like it. It's funny. It's intellectually funny to me.
He would swear by that show. Thought it was the funniest thing, and I don't know. I guess sometimes you just like it's like Monty Python. A lot of people like Monty Python. I can't stand it. I was like, I just don't get it.
Yeah, I didn't get those.
I think it's more like, I don't know. A lot of people I knew liked it, but I just didn't. I don't know. I just didn't find it funny. I don't know. I didn't get it. It was like, I don't know. I think you have to have a certain kind of humor to get that or something. I don't know.
You know, I got on StreamYard for like 2 minutes earlier, and then I hopped over to Facebook like 5 minutes after that, and already there was an ad about StreamYard on my. I'm like, that's that AI shit, right?
Yeah, AI is. We're in big trouble with AI. I don't think people have caught on to how powerful AI actually is right now. It is very scary what you can do with AI. And I don't think people have gotten to the point where they understand that yet. They're still at the point of, oh, it's fun, it's neat. And yes, it is, but I think we're in big trouble and we don't know it yet. But
it's straight up mainstream and propaganda too. Like, as long as everybody understands that, because I try to rationalize with my damn AI Snapchat guy sometimes, and he just don't get it. So he's retarded, totally programmed by the system. Of course, you know that's what they are, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it is a program. It's written. It's not something real. Or do you think there's like something behind it more than that, or you know?
Well, I mean, AI
like a sentient type of.
Well, it's we just people think that we taught AI how to do what it does, and we didn't.
GT 1982.
All we did with AI was kind of write the initial program, and then AI has expanded its capabilities on its own. It writes its own code now. It actually learns from itself, and it learns from doing what it does. And so we don't even understand how it works anymore. We never did understand how it functioned, really. And so that's what's scary about it. There's really nothing stopping AI from doing things we really don't want it to do. But that's not even really what I'm talking about. That in itself is bad, but the abilities of AI to create, it can create literally anything, audio and video, imagery that you want it to create, or it wants to create. It could create what we're doing here. If we ask it to do this conversation right here to where it looked like we were having this conversation right here, it could actually do that no problem. And you wouldn't know the difference between the real thing and the AI. You wouldn't know. It's that good.
Yeah, people, what are you even really watching right now? Right?
Yeah. Are we really here? I mean, we are, but I mean, how do you? It's that bad. That's where we're at, and it's.
I
You
mean,
don't have
Beags is glitching out right now, like the people on the ISS. So I mean, who knows, man?
to. But I mean, if you're
It's
watching
my
TV, and
connection. I
you're
know it
watching
is.
Biden, you know, like, is Biden even there? I mean, you don't even know. You know, some famous person like that, you don't know if he's there. You don't know if he's alive. You don't know anything. I don't think he's there anyways. If he is alive, I think he's that. How in the world? It's embarrassing that we have a president that literally can't pull up his own underwear. I mean, it's incredible. But here we are, America.
It, it's definitely embarrassing.
You know,
I mean, even as he stands there and wanders around the podium or whatever, I mean, it's an embarrassing situation for the people that he is leading, and that's all of us, and we chose that supposedly. Screw that. That's why I don't vote. Yes, I don't vote because it doesn't matter. When I was a kid, I was just telling this story yesterday. When I was a kid, I was passionate about this whole, because everybody was like, "Oh, it's election day" or whatever. So I was paying attention closely. I was like, "Oh, okay, well, this is a great moment. You know, we're about to elect the next president." I want to say it was the Bush and Clinton time or something like that. I was a little kid, a long time ago. Maybe it was after that. I don't know. But either way, I was passionate about watching it. And then the electoral college voting process came on after I thought it was all over already. I thought we had chosen, the votes were all in and everything. I'm like, what is this electoral college deal? What the hell is that? And then turns out they choose, we don't, they do. And nobody gets that? They still think they have a side to pick, or like it would matter?
Nothing to do with it. The only thing that they give you the illusion that our opinion sways the people of the electoral college, and it doesn't. It's just a way of them giving us the illusion that we're actually making a difference. There's no reason to vote. If we literally did not vote, none of us, they would still hold the electoral college, and it would still be whoever they want in there. And even then, if the electoral college got out of line, they would just rig it. It's going to be whoever they want. It's like, how did Trump get in? Because they wanted him in. Now, why, wait a minute. Now, Trump is good. And everything. Well, I think what happened was that they felt like they could control him if they let him in there, and then he got in there and they had trouble controlling him, so they got him out of there. But that's just an opinion. I mean, I think I just don't care about politics. I think it's very possible that they're setting it up for Michelle Obama to come in and be the first transgender, whatever you want to call it. First, what do you want to call that? I don't even know. If y'all haven't realized yet, Michelle Obama is a man. If you can't tell that, just look between the legs. There's bait and tackle there. It's clear as day. It is an absolute man. But I mean, it's
hey, easy. People get offended.
I don't care.
Well, I know. I had a situation with because I have a family member, and I love everybody. No matter what your choice or whatever, you're kind of a part of me or whatever. So, I mean, I truly, honestly, I love everybody, genuinely. I mean, you can't really do anything too wrong in my eyes. Even the murderer and the pedophile and all that. Yeah, that's bad shit, and they need to kind of be, watched and put. Okay, I won't get too much into that. Yeah, I have my own opinion on they need to be watched and all that shit, but I still have to love them because they're part of me, or I do anyway. That's the truth for me. Right. So I don't know what the point I was going for, but the pedophile stopped me again.
Yeah, I mean, we're
and you're cutting out a lot. I feel like.
Really?
Are you there?
Yeah. I'm good. You're coming through fine. I'm not having trouble with you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah. You're clear.
Oh, okay, I can hear you now.
Your server, are you connected to oh, he dropped off. The Big Mike. Are y'all having a good time today? you know, we didn't have nothing else to do today, so we were gonna join you. Here he is again. We were gonna join you and share Thanksgiving with you guys, and hope you guys are having a good time. You know, we even though our community is in shambles right now, as I'm sure all of you are aware, we are still a community. We just need to, you know, work out the differences instead of kicking each other in the nuts all the time. I've tried that; it doesn't work. Believe me, I've been there. I've done that. I've had the fights for you guys, and it doesn't work. It's useless because the other sides always want to just tie your hands behind your back and duct tape your mouth, and they want to have a conversation that you can't bring your truth and your opinions and your beliefs to. And I say, fuck that. If I'm going to have a conversation, I'm going to bring everything I got. I'm going to bring all my evidence. I'm going to bring all my, you know, knowledge. I'm going to bring all my beliefs, all my opinions. And if you don't like it, then I'm not going to have that conversation with you. So it needs to be all or nothing. And if you get mad, if you get triggered, so fucking what? I don't care. That's your problem. That's a you problem. That's a big time you problem. So it's like this guy the other day at work. He you know, he for whatever reason stopped bringing his tools to work. And he kept asking for tools to borrow. Let me borrow a hammer. Let me borrow a screwdriver. Let me borrow a drill. Let me borrow this. Let me borrow that. And finally, I'm like, dude, where's your toolbox? It's at home. Well, why is your
I'm
toolbox at
sorry,
home?
you're glitching out hard. I'm trying to wait for my phone to
Sorry.
catch up.
He was my tools are at home, and I'm just not gonna bring my tools or something. It was like this bullshit answer, and I said, look, I said, you not having your tools is a you problem, and you're asking me for my tools, that you're making that a me problem. And I said, that's a fucking problem. I said, you need to bring your own tools. And I left it at that, and he went home and got his tools. But I'm like, you know, that's just not gonna work. Poor Joe's glitching. I think I'm gonna have to ask him when he gets back. I think his his cell phone, there he is. I think his cell, you there? I think
Sorry, man.
I think you're on a you're wireless to the cell tower, right? Or you're not plugged into the
I
internet.
can't make out what you're saying. It's so glitchy. I think I'm losing you or something.
You're wireless to the cell tower, right? You're not plugged into the cell tower, right? Like you're not plugged into internet.
Wireless? I don't. It's, I don't know.
Yeah.
Fucking 5G. I think. I don't know. No,
Yeah.
I don't have internet. It's cell. It's cell.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. That's what it is. It's glitching because of that. That's just technology.
Oh,
That's
okay.
just the technology of that. Yeah, it's
Now you're working fine. Anyway,
they're saying in the chat that it's the it's not the stream. It's not me. It's the phone. It's no big deal. No big deal. I if you can't hear me, just let me know. But
yeah, it's just me. I cut the internet off probably like 4 or 5 months ago or something to just save that $70 bill up until I move. You know.
That's awesome. How much longer till you think you're gonna be able to go?
The end of February is when my lease is up, so that's when I plan on going. So I
Do
still
you have
have
a
plans
place?
to get together because like a couple months out, I'm gonna get an apartment, you know, held for me or whatever over there, so I have a place to go.
Oh, good.
And yeah, a lot of plans still to make, but
That's
it's a
awesome.
good thing.
That'll be you know, it's funny how a change in life like that can bring a whole new energy. It just changes your configuration of your life. I think in
Yeah,
positive.
I'd like to along the way, along the trip, I'll look up certain places that I might be able to stop and tour maybe while I'm
Yeah,
going.
yeah, that would be cool. like a Mudflood road trip. We got you both. President's news. Oh, yeah, could be. Could be. I don't know. I'm looking at some of these chats. Do you guys in the chat have any questions you'd like to ask or something you'd like to share with either Billy or myself over here? Make sure you look for melted bricks. You know, it's Meltology is definitely a very interesting set of research. You know, I had to back off of looking at that, but you know, you got folks like Levy talking about, you know, popcorn bricks now, and it's just bullshit. And it's just absolute bullshit. I
Oh, really?
tried to, oh yeah, and I tried to like get the word out to him that, you know, dude, you got to back off that because that's just you're
I
working.
stopped listening to him a long time ago.
Yeah, I have too now. I just unsubbed
You just
and moved
don't.
on.
I don't know. I don't need the entertainment. I guess it just seems a little more entertainment than.
Yeah.
I mean, he does
Great,
decent research. I mean, I can't knock him for that, but
I still I think my favorites right now are Conspiracy R Us and Mind Unveiled. There's a couple other channels out there that I'm looking at, but there's a couple things that I'm not on board with, so I'm kind of you know, I check out a channel long before I, you know, give them the props before I say I'm interested in this, and because I want to make sure I'm going to share somebody with, you know, and these are channels that you guys watch, but you know, and then there's a lot of channels that I think are, you know, peddling swill, but and I know I see you guys watching these channels, and that's, you know, that's neither here nor there, but you know, I think in the wash it'll all come out. Give it some time, but I'll share something.
yeah, I can. Your audio's in and out, man. I can't make out what you're saying.
I'm gonna share. Let me share something here.
The sun might have hit a certain spot or something, and the electromagnetic shit's all messed up. Maybe, who knows?
My phone doesn't work at work. It works on part of the farm in the morning, and then in the afternoon I got to go to the other part of the farm. I'm gonna share. Oh, I gotta bring it up. Hold on. I'm gonna share something I found the other day that was
well, that's
really
better.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna. Did it give you more signal doing that?
What's up?
Did it give you better signal going outside?
It got a little better for a second, but I think it's kind of still the same.
It's crazy. I'm gonna share something on the screen here that I ran across the other day.
Right here it's actually good. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. I ran across this video the other day where this guy, what he does is he takes old glass plate negative photographs. He uses the modern technology where you Photoshop them to clean them up, basically take out the dust and the cracks and stuff like that. And he revitalizes the photographs. And he was working on this photograph right here, and he noticed that this plane had this mark across here. And so it was really interesting to him because he knew that it wasn't right. And if you'll notice, right here, these are pictures, I believe, from World War One, and right here, there in the background, they have done photo manipulation. They have painted this wing up here, And so he started looking at these other negatives, and he ran across this photograph right here. And so he started looking into this one, and what he realized was that this is not one photograph. This is at least three different photographs that have been morphed together. And
Oh,
the
wow.
first one is right here. And you can notice the difference. If you look really closely, it's very clear on this side, okay? The dirt, and then it's very clear over here. But then in the middle, it gets, not nearly as clear. And here's another right here, it's clear. And then over here, it's clear, but in the middle, it's not clear. And what it is that this is a photograph here.
It's like Google Earth it's like Google Earth middle of the ocean clear.
Yeah, exactly. And here's another picture, and then here is another picture, and you see this one. In this picture, it doesn't have that painting stuff under the wings. So this is another picture, and then you can actually see a line across the picture, which is obviously a joint of some sort. And then they also see if I can find it. They added I know he was talking about this smoke that they added. He could tell they added painted in smoke. I don't know if I can see it too good like he was seeing it, but it looks like something right here. But they were adding smoke to lines to the smoke. Now there's another one I found. This is the other part of that picture on the left. Oh yeah, here. And if you notice right here, you can see where they have painted it right there. So his point was that in today's modern age, what they do is they go in and they use Photoshop to make pictures better, and that maybe us conspiracy minded folks are actually looking at images that in the past they tried to make look better. And I agree with that. I think, yes, in many cases, most cases, if not, that they were trying to make the photographs look better. That's not my point with photo manipulation. My point is to let you guys know that they actually could manipulate photographs, and that they did manipulate photographs. Now, where we go from there, did they paint out or scratch out airships in the background? I don't know. They scratched them out. They're gone. Until I find a photograph where they've scratched halfway through a Zeppelin, and it's
Speculation station.
Yeah, you're not getting anywhere. But just knowing that much, that gets you a little bit closer to that truth that we're, seeking.
Yeah, true. Yep.
I would share the video with you, but that was the basic nuts and bolts of it. And you can let me give you the title of the video so you can go watch it. It's called, Is This Real of Faked? I Try to Find Out. Is this real of faked? I try to find out. That's the name of the video. And how in the world I found
Not necessarily
that out.
proper grammar, but
Yeah. It popped up on my feed one day. I don't know why, but YouTube they'll give you different things that you don't ask for. But that worked pretty good. Let's see. DN says turn on and off your internet quickly, just a few seconds. I don't know what that does. I don't know. Might try it. I don't know. Is it working better now for you? You're muted. Let's see. He's muted. Oh. Yep, you're muted. Yeah, he's muted. let's see.
Oh yeah, I've been muted the whole time. I've never done that
There you
before.
go. There you go. There you go. I was looking at this chat. Did y'all have any questions? I asked the question, then I forgot to look. If y'all have any questions, pop them in the chat. Make it good. We'll try to answer what I can. I appreciated what you did with your channel, Joe. Is the boots on the ground, because the boots on the ground are a critical aspect to the research that we're trying to do, because you can see things that cannot be seen by pictures or Google Earth. You're able to get angles that, like there's a couple examples. There were buildings that you were looking at in Raleigh that I could not see. I could see the front of the building, and I could see over top, and I could see there was Mudflood style windows, but I couldn't see down into them. And because your boots on the ground, you could take the camera and put it right up against it and actually see what was down there. And then another example was you were doing I forget, I think you were in Sanford, but I might be wrong about that. But you were at a location where you went behind the building, and then you crawled up under the building and you found a dead dog. You remember that one? And you had a flashlight, and you went up under there, and you got video up under there. And that's just something you cannot do sitting behind a computer screen. And so that stuff is really commendable. We need more people to do stuff like that.
Was that one of the first ones?
Yes. Yeah, it was earlier. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, underneath that building, there was a dead dog down there in that water.
Yeah.
I didn't show it, but for just like him, but it looked like a bigger dog, that had maybe gotten stuck down there and couldn't get out, then fell asleep in the water,
Sad. But that kind of commitment, it's a lot of people, they'll go and they'll take these videos and they'll go, oh, look, a Mudflood window. Oh, and they don't like put the camera down into the hole. They don't try to open the doors like you would. That's one thing you guys did, is you would open doors and you would look in. You would kind of like say, okay, screw the rules. We're going to just see how far we can go. And like, there's been examples where you've jumped fences, and you've gotten video that you wouldn't have normally got. I mean, and that is the kind of boots on the ground that we really need. It's one thing to walk around and just say, oh, look at this, look at that. That's cool. But when you go that extra mile like you did, that's really commendable to me.
Yeah, it's fun to do too. And I guess, the only thing we need to make sure we do is just not get shot, right?
Yeah.
Not be going into places we shouldn't like that, but you got to kind of dig. You got to know where you're digging though, I guess.
Well, you got to be careful. You don't want to like go dangerous. You don't want to be dangerous about it. But I mean, like the Urbex, I like watching Urbex videos because they get places that are incredible. But the only problem with the Urbexers is that I've not found one that is a mud flutter yet, and they don't know what they're looking at. And so they'll go through a basement and they'll just zip through a basement and take very quick video and won't focus on it. And then you don't get the information you need. Which I wish that we need a Urbex mud flutter is what we need. I don't know how we get that, but that would be really cool. And I've tried to reach out to these channels, and they just don't. They're so big they don't respond to you, so it's kind of useless.
Right.
But I've tried. I don't know if that's
a wrap soon, Beags. I can't get this thing to stop glitching.
I think that's the right title, Hippie. I'm pretty sure. She's asking Jim Dillinger about this property. I thought it was really cool when you did the Dorothea Dix Hospital and you got that behind the hospital there was that machine shop or something, and you were on one side and you looked down and you could see down into the building, and then you walked around and it was actually the bottom side of, you could see the difference between the two. Remember that part?
Yeah, but this side of the building was completely buried. Yeah, that was crazy. I couldn't believe that. I did not expect to see that when I looked in that window.
That was really cool. And that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that was awesome. I was like, oh shit.
I'd never seen
And
this.
at I think it was the Baldwin building of some. Hey, you remember what the Baldwin building? Where was that at? Some college or something.
College of the Arts or something?
Yeah, some college in, I want to say it was Durham.
Huh.
I don't know. Well, I looked down. There was like this hole down there, and 3 feet down started the top of this, like, I want to say 3-foot window or something. Maybe it was a taller window.
Wow.
And I was like, oh shit, and I was like, oh, sorry for cursing or whatever. And I don't know. I think I remember you commenting on that part specifically.
I'm trying to remember that.
Or did I lose it?
I like the building in I think it was Winston-Salem, where you went in and it had the railroad ties in the ceiling. Was that Winston-Salem? It was in the basement, and or was that Durham? And it had an actual railroad tie. They were using railroad ties as like ceiling joist or something. It was really crazy. Let's see. I'm reading your chatsies. He's coming back in. He's having trouble with his internet here. There he is. It's good. Messing up on you, ain't it?
Sorry.
Do you remember that building you went to with the railroad ties in the basement ceiling?
Holy shit, it's louder now. Yeah, I remember that. That was awesome.
That was the first time I'd ever seen that. The Dorothea Dix Hospital, originally it had a 25-foot tall door on it. The front doors, they're long gone, and that actual the building that was on it had a piece that jetted out the front, which they took off, but that building section had a 25-foot tall door, that 2 doors that opened up, and they 25 feet tall. I've got a couple pictures of it. Yeah, and that was an amazing. That building used to be a lot nicer, and they just brutalized it. And there is a basement there, definitely, that's confirmed. But so I'm interested to see what's.
Yeah, we did find that one little trap door, but I couldn't see too much kind of through it. So it's obviously pretty filled up in there.
I think it was on that campus too that you got a video of where you showed Freemasonic symbols on the building, but you couldn't see them unless you were right up on the building. Do you remember that one?
That was Dorothea Dix.
At Dorothea Dix
hospital. Yeah.
That was cool because I didn't know that. That's what I'm saying. You found a lot of stuff that was very, very interesting to me, and I'm just commending that style of research because it's very needed. We don't have enough of that. We need more of that. It's Streets of Tartaria did that, and
I was gonna say definitely got to give credit to Streets for sure.
I don't know if he originated that, but I think what Streets did was he kind of had the
Well, he's the first one I've seen to do it.
he just didn't care. He would like if he would just go down the stairs and try to open the door or try to open a basement those doors that open up like that. He would just look in the windows. He was just fearless when it came to that. And so
yeah, go to our videos at Salem College. We did some of that. We did some going in the basements and looking around underneath and stuff. That was fun.
I remember. Yeah, that is actually what we need. That is so awesome because instead of knocking on the door and say, "Hey, can we come in and take a tour?" and them saying, "No, we don't allow cameras." No, you just go in and you get the video. They're like, "Oh, we're so sorry. Whoops, we're in the wrong place. Oh, whoops, silly us." And that's the way you handle it.
Yeah. And I thought it was part of the tour.
Oh yeah. Oh, we got lost. It plays stupid tourist. What's it matter? I mean, you've already got the video.
We were just looking for the bathroom, I mean, there's always little stuff you can.
Yeah.
It's no big deal. People get lost all the time. People are doing weird crap all the time.
Absolutely. But
couple little wandering people with a camera or whatever. That's the least of their concern, right? I don't know.
What we need is an Asian dude with a camera because they'll never question him. They're all taking pictures.
That is kind of funny.
Oh,
any kind of foreigner, I guess, right? I don't know. The camera, like an Englishman.
English. Oh, it reminds me of that song, "Englishman in New York." That's a good song. Let's see. What we got? I'm trying to read this comment. Biggs, you did a video on Halloween with all those strange people, creatures. What are your thoughts on those clips? Felt like some were too strange to be anything but having hand in reality. Strange people, creatures. Talking about strange people and creatures.
I don't remember though.
I don't remember the strange people and creatures, but that was a really fun video. That Halloween video. I had fun doing that one. I mean it's
I think I missed that one. That was this Halloween, right?
Oh yeah, 6-hour live stream.
Yeah, I missed that.
Yeah. I didn't know it was going to be. I was planning on like 3 to 4 hours, 4 hours max, and it was like 6 hours, and that was. Cut it.
Do you have anybody join or?
Oh yeah. There was. I don't know how many was there. I don't ever pay attention to the numbers, but there was people there. It was fun. I had a good time doing it. It was tiring. I ended up cutting out a few things, but not important things. I did everything important to do, but when you're doing 6 hours, I was getting to the point it was just too much. I was like, I can't keep going. It was just way too much. Let's see. What do you like? What are your thoughts at this moment on what you think this topic we talk about, Mudflood? What do you think's going on? Like, where are you at? Forget what I think. What do you think? Let's hear it.
Okay, well, given this new stuff regarding the whole Mandela effect, I'm starting. I mean, I'm open to new theories all the time. You know what I mean? So that's one I've been thinking about. Like maybe shit was changed in a way where, I don't know. It's like a Mandela type of way. Maybe like it was reset, like, because a lot of people say we're in a simulation, right? And little things are being tweaked and twitched here and there. Like maybe that's one of those things. In that sense, man, I don't know. It's definitely, I don't think it's liquefaction. I remember, that was one of the theories a long time ago. I definitely don't think it was that.
I think it sounds good on paper, but when you actually understand construction, you know that idea is impossible. That as soon as you have a liquefaction, your building would go lopsided, or it would flip over and something like that. It would not. All the buildings are level and true. If a building is level and true, guaranteed there's no liquefaction. It's not even possible. So that's not it.
Right.
That proves it right there is level and true. So once you have
but
that, you know.
Yeah, how it could have happened, I'm really not sure, man. I mean, it's a mystery, right?
I mean, you know, I'm at this point, I'm a firm believer that this universe is a simulation, not a computer simulation, but a thought simulation of a thought of the creator, and that the simulation can be changed at will by the creator, but mostly it's more like we have the ability to change the simulation. But I also think that it's possible kind of to hack the simulation in a way, and that it's quite possible that there was a hack done in during the Philadelphia experiment when they kind of messed up when they were trying to disappear the ship in was it 1943 that they messed up and they changed the simulation in some way, shape, or form. But it's very possible that
What is that? I've never heard of that.
the Philadelphia experiment.
Yeah.
Well, let's look it up. Let's see. That's actually important.
Let's do that. Excuse me once.
Oh. Hold on, I gotta find. Nope. Brings up all these damn movies and stuff. Oh, here we go. All right. Let's presents the screen.
Oh, 1 minute, Beagle.
Okay, go ahead. Let's see. Oh, all right. I got it. Go in here. Make sure it's holding. You guys having a good time? Y'all eating a bunch of turkey? You turkey eaters. I tried to catch a turkey. Didn't work. And at the end of the stream today, we'll have I'm gonna do a short little concert for you. And so if those of you that like to strike one up, have one ready at the ready, because you'll enjoy the end of the show today, or whatever it is. I can't even tell what I had to have the windows closed for the lights to do right. But anyways, okay, Philadelphia experiment is I'm gonna wait till he gets back so he can see this. Let me check out your chat. Dennis Dominus is talking about I think mud floods were caused by technology. And let's see, 3D printer. The Hip Shake says she's eating dark chocolate. That sounds good.
Oh, that sounds great. I have a pie I'll show you guys here in a few.
Okay. Yep. 6R. Yeah. Michelle Gibson is definitely all over this theory. The Philadelphia experiment was an alleged event claimed to have been it's not an alleged event, and it's just top secret. It was an alleged event claimed to have been witnessed by ex merchant mariner named M. Allen. Blah 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 blah. In October 28th, 1943, Allen described an experiment where the U.S. Navy. Oh, what in the world? Buttons aren't toys. Where the where in the world? The U.S. Navy attempted to make a destroyer escort class ship, the USS Eldridge, disappear, and the bizarre results that followed. And the story goes that the ship disappeared and then reappeared somewhere else, and that men were fused into the ship, and there's been movies made about it, but it is very interesting. But and I don't really like go from, I didn't start at the Philadelphia experiment and then go backwards and look at Mudflood. I actually was looking at I was finding more and more this is the picture of the ship. But I was finding more and more evidence that around from in 1943 there was a shift in the study, that it's like everything locked in place after 1943. It was like there's the distinct, if you really study this and look at the dates of the buildings that we study, and then look at the history, and then you look at the just the fine details, you'll notice this distinct change that things either, it's like the weirdness that we study stopped after 1943. It's like past that, it normalized into what we know today. The architecture changed. It's like the technologies changed. It's like everything started changing to this modern way of doing things. Brutalism came in, but there was everything before 1943. Just note the buildings. When you're studying these buildings, you'll notice building will be either built before 1943 and look like this old world style, or have this weirdness that we study, or after that it doesn't. And it's like you'll see that line drawn if you study it long enough. So it's just something to look into.
Yeah.
And I think that science is actually starting to come up with the thought that it is a simulation as well. And that's not saying that reality isn't reality. I'm not saying that we're not real.
Well, science might be telling a little bit of what they know, because if science, with all of our money, is learning all this shit that they're not telling us, then they already know,
Yeah.
And that's the big upper scientist guys. I mean, we're not going to know about any of that. Anything that's important, like the free energy. I mean, of course we know about it, but most people don't know about it.
I think they've been harnessing free energy all along, and they just sell it to us. I think it's still in place.
Yeah, probably.
Shit for energy. I think it's all collected out of the ether, and I think they sell us free energy is what I think. I think they've been doing it forever. I think that from the time they came out with, I think what they did was, I think they took the free energy systems and they either took them offline, or they were fried in whatever happened. And then they used the technology to come up with this new technology that they could sell, that they could control it and like harness it and then feed it to us, instead of us collecting it on spot on our house, on our buildings. Instead of bringing in our own energy and taking what we needed out of the ether, I think they figured out how to harness that and then send it to us and then charge us for it. And I think that's where you had the AC/DC wars, and where they were trying to figure out, the best way.
All the people that are working in the industry that supposedly powers us, what are they doing? Are they just running hamster wheels, basically? I mean, in a sense. I mean,
you mean what? Ask the question again.
Like if we're getting power from the ether,
Right.
like the people that are supposedly in the hydroelectric,
right,
from the dam, they get the power from the dams, or from, say, the solar facilities and stuff like that. I mean, that's just minimal, of course, compared to what we're getting from the ether, wouldn't it be?
Right.
So what I'm saying is the alternative ways of getting power other than the ether, isn't it just like kind of a like busy work? In your theory, it's just I'm just expanding on it.
Could be a show. It could just be a dog and pony show, or it could be an additional way of creating energy. Like if you've got a hydroelectric dam, you kind of have to look at it in a way of a free energy, because you have the water flowing through and then turning the turbines, or whatever they're called, and that creates energy. That could in a way be considered a free energy, but then again, that those big turbines or whatever they're called, they need that's a very expensive part. I don't know if that would be considered free energy. But it's also that those things could be old world tech.
Yeah, that's a good point.
They could be using them for certain types of energy. It could be like a supplemental form of energy. I don't think wind turbines. I think that's all bullshit.
Yeah.
It's a good question. I don't really know how it works per se.
I mean, it's an interesting theory. Yeah.
I think that those the pieces up on the high transmission towers that look like a ceramic disc, I think they're part of the collection of the energy. I don't know if you.
It could be it could be possibly described as a drum too. Is that what you're talking about? The round.
Well, you have like do, and it's like they're, I don't know what those things are called. They used to be made out of glass. Insulators of some
sort. Or whatever.
Yeah. Right? Yeah.
Yeah.
But I don't really think they create the energy. I don't think I've pretty much come to the conclusion that the nuclear power plants are just bullshit. I think that's a dog and pony show. I don't think they're creating shit there. And I don't think that they're.
Well, I don't think I don't think. Yeah, no, the nuclear plants. Yeah, there's one right around here, I believe.
Yeah,
sure. Is that what it is?
Yeah.
But,
yeah.
Is that by Apex area or something?
Yep. Near,
okay. Yeah. I see that blowing steam all the time. And when it was cloudy out yesterday, when it was raining, I swear to God, it was adding to the fucking rain clouds. You know what I mean? Like it steam or whatever that was coming out of it was just, it looked exactly like the clouds and was just blending into the clouds, like it was pumping out all that shit. And you know, most people would be like, that's silly, you know. But
like, well, Fukushima, I think that was bullshit. I think Chernobyl was bullshit.
Well, Fukushima, in Fukushima, you had somebody, it was like a couple days later, I think, was right there by the power station that supposedly went off or whatever, and he was walking around barefoot or whatever, and he's looking around and he's throwing his arms up like, hey, nothing's fucking wrong.
You know, if it was true, like how they actually work, the danger we're actually in would be incredible. Like, because these things could go offline. Like if we lost power, if there was an EMP strike or some kind of EMP event happened,
damn, people would lose their mind.
Yeah. And so the power plants lose their power, but then they have the generators that power them, but then the generators eventually are going to run out of juice. So then what happens after that? Well, at that point we have meltdown. I mean, really, did we seriously create machines that will actually melt down and destroy the world if we don't have them power? I think that's.
Yeah, and you can set it off with that football at the White House, right? The football phone or something. You hit the button.
I don't think nuclear missiles are real. I think all that's bullshit too. I don't think we have them. I think it's all numbers.
At Hiroshima and Nagasaki, the shit that blew up there, you can see there are videos of soldiers stacking dynamite over there. You know, so they're stacking dynamite, and they're telling somebody else that there's another team stacking dynamite over here, and they're both stacking dynamite, saying, "No, this is the real blast. No, this is the real blast," and they're both fake shit. You know, and the videos are somewhat contrived. You can see layering going on in there. Yeah, there's a lot to that. I've seen that broken down pretty good.
And I don't know.
So,
I don't worry about it. I don't worry about nuclear or anything. Nuclear power plants, nuclear weapons. I just don't. I think that whole thing was a scare. Like the people from the 50s are terrified of that stuff, and I understand why, because they were trained.
That's when the propaganda was at its peak.
Yeah. Now it's you know, fear of jabby jabs, and I don't know.
Yeah.
They always want us to be fearful of all kinds of stuff. It's just ridiculous. And I think that's part of you know, awakening. We can't wake people up, but we can show them a better way. We can say, you know, I have people ask me all the time, well, oh my gosh, they're chemtrailing us. What do we do? Well, we don't worry about it. I mean, what is worrying about it going to do you? Okay, are they doing it? Yes. Is it bad for us? Yes. What are you going to do about it? Okay, where you try to not like, you know, maybe not stand under them. I don't know but you don't. If you add fear to it, you know, you're not doing any good. It's like another one is aspartame.
I heard somebody say that worrying is, what's that?
Well, aspartame, you know, it's, you know, I'm diehard.
Oh, I didn't. I thought you were talking.
You don't want to. I'm really adamantly against aspartame, and it's like it's a neurotoxin. It literally dumbs you down. It makes it makes your brain not function properly at the level that it should. It takes
Diet Coke, right?
Well, yeah, it's in Diet Coke, but it's in many
Coke.
things. It's in all bubble gum.
Well, yeah,
it's in many products, and literally, I learned that the first year I woke up. I learned that if you take a packet of Equal and put it in your hand, just having it in your hand, that it literally drops your consciousness. It takes down your auric field, and like severs your energy field. And so
you gotta have the They Live glasses to see that. Or
no,
I'm just kidding.
No, there's a way to do this. You have a person. I have a video of this. I should break that out sometime. What you do is you get a person that doesn't know about this, okay? And you're trying to explain this to them, and you take a packet of Equal, and what you do is you say, okay, I want you to hold. They're standing up and they hold their arm out to the side, okay? And you say, okay, I want you to put force on your arm, and I'm going to push down on your arm, and I want you to not let me push your arm down, okay? And that person will hold.
Okay,
and they will hold it up, right? They can create force, and
like the ion bracelet.
Mm-hmm. And then what you do is you take a packet. Okay, you say, I'm going to put something in your hand. I don't want you to look at it. I just want you to open your hand, and I'm going to put it in your hand. And you place a packet of Equal in their hand, and you close their hand, and then you say, okay, are you ready? And then you say, okay, I want you to hold your arm up. I want you to not let me push your arm down, and you go to push your arm down, and their arm will drop. And the reason is that Equal, that aspartame in there is cutting that auric field. It's severing your energetic connection, and it's powerful shit. If I sit down at a restaurant table and there's aspartame on the table, I will not touch it, but I will ask the waiter or waitress to remove it from the table. And
get
so
that shit off my table.
Anybody that's drinking, or eating this aspartame, I highly suggest getting it out of your life. If you are on products, it is fucking you up in ways that you do not understand. It literally is fucking you up to where you don't understand how it's fucking you up, even if you know that it's fucking you up. If you know, oh, aspartame is bad for me, right? Yet you're still sitting there, you know, chewing
What about
on
sucralose?
gum. What? Say it again. So what?
Go ahead. I was just saying, what about sucralose? Sucralose, the sweetener,
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
same shit or no?
I forget what that's called. I know what you're talking about. What's that stuff called, y'all?
Sucralose, right?
Doesn't it have another name though? Oh gosh, I can't remember. I know what you're talking about. I have to hear the other name to see if somebody puts it up. Sucralose. No, it's not sucralose. Oh gosh, what is it? What is it? Oh, it'll come to me. Oh, it's not sucralose. I know what you're talking about. It's starts with an S though. Fabric saucer.
I don't know.
I can't remember. But I'm just saying, is
No,
that like, if you, it doesn't matter if you you understand that aspartame is bad for you. If you are taking it, if you are holding this shit, or if you're ingesting this in any way, shape, or form, it's fucking you up, and you're not being the best consciousness that you can be. Okay, and I'm just suggesting that I won't let it near me. I don't want it in my house. I don't want it near me. If I see somebody using it in any way, shape, or form, I tell them about it. If they ignore me, I basically cuss them out. I make them hear me. It's like something I'm like, look, you got to, you know, at some point you got to knock the stupid out of somebody. That's a big one. That's a big one for me is aspartame. That stuff is pure, just the absolute devil. If it's I mean, I don't believe in the devil, but I mean it's just really, really bad shit. And does it matter if you do it's like, well, it doesn't really matter if I've had enough. It does matter. It does matter. It absolutely does. And yes, our whole entire food system is fucked. Yes, I get that. But you have to try. You can't just say, oh, everything's fucked, I give up. I mean, you have to try to eat better. You know, try to eat better foods. Try. It's not easy. I know. Trust me. I know. You go to the grocery store and like, I literally went to the grocery store last week and I was wanting a bag of oranges, and they did not have but one kind of oranges in a bag, and I wanted a whole bag. And I picked it up and I'm looking at these things and they were yellow. And I'm like, what the hell is this? And I turned it over and the first word I read was Florida. Was fluoride. And I guess that's Florida in Spanish, but it said fluoride oranges. And I'm like, what the hell is a fluoride orange? And then I flipped it over and it said Florida oranges. And I guess that's a Spanish way of saying it. I'm not sure. But it freaked me out, man. I was like, okay, I got yellow oranges and they're called fluoride oranges. Not buying them. Not going to happen.
Oh, wow. That's a trip.
And I had a guy, we were talking about toothpaste, and I use Tom's fluoride-free toothpaste now, trying to cut out
I do too, but I heard they were bought out by a mainstream company and they're pretty much compromised now.
Probably. And you're probably right.
I was using Tom's myself, but
I will say this, that the guy said, well, I said, you know, when you read a toothpaste a box, it will tell you if you ingest it that you need to call a doctor. Okay, you need to seek medical advice. And then the guy I was talking to about this, because he was asking about, you know, what he could use for his child, and he says, well, what does it say on your bottle of toothpaste? And I said, well, I don't know. I've never looked. And I went and looked, and you know what it says on there? Nothing. It doesn't have any warnings on it. And I was like, huh.
What, on the Toms, right?
On the Toms, there's no warnings. So I was like, that is very interesting. But I use aluminum-free deodorant.
Yeah, I can't even find who bought them out.
I thought it was.
I haven't even. Okay, that might sound weird to people or whatever. It used to sound weird to me too, but I haven't even used deodorant in a while. But I've been eating better, and I've ingested less bull crap like from fast food and stuff like that. And it really, I can't tell very much. You know, I don't smell a lot. You know, as normally one would if you eat a bunch of crap.
Yeah, I think that's probably right. I don't use shampoo either, because shampoo has the aluminum in it. I quit using shampoo 16 years ago. So that really helped. I don't use, I just try to not, I try to do what I can. Can we get away from all this? No, but we can try. But giving up is not the answer. I mean, you can give up if you want to, but I'm not going to give up. I'm going to try to do better, every day, and try to cut out more and more of the crap. I have well water. I drink well water that then I didn't filter, and I use crystals on. I try to do what I can, even though it's not perfect. There's no perfect world right now. We're in a fucked up environment. We're under attack on every angle. I've not had a vaccine since I was 18 years old, so I'm completely vaccine free. Matter of fact, I used to get the flu and strep throat every single year, and every single year I'd get the vaccines every single year. And then when I turned 18, quit getting vaccines. I haven't had the flu or the strep throat since I was 18. And since I woke up, the most I have been sick was a cold, a common cold. In 16 years, the only sickness I've had was a common cold, and I got that because I got a job building decks, and the first week I worked with this crew, they all had colds. So I was in a vehicle with these people that all had colds, and I caught it. That I've been sick one time in 16 years.
Oh, great.
I mean, this is the kind of shit.
Last time I got sick,
go ahead.
Yeah, last time I got sick, it was probably like I want to say maybe a year ago or something, maybe a little less than, maybe 8-10 months, something like that. But my buddy that I work with, he wanted to travel, and at the time he couldn't. This must have been more than a year ago or something. I forget. It's been a while, but he wanted to travel, and he needed to get the jibby jab thing. And I remember hearing about shedding. You remember hearing about that? How the Vex or that thing would shed to other people after you got it.
Right.
Have you heard that? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
so I feel like maybe that might have happened to me. As much as I hate to admit that, because I would never want to be a part of that type of situation at all, but the next day after being in contact with him or whatever, because we work closely, so I felt like a train hit me for like 2 days in a row. I felt worse than I'd ever felt in my whole life. I feel like, Wow. And then I heard more about the shedding. I'm like, you know what? Maybe I'm pretty sure that's probably what happened to me.
I bet you're right. Yeah, I bet you're right. It's really hard. See, I try to. I don't know what it is, but when I woke up, see, I used to work in the audio video production industry, and I was always around a lot of people for these events, and they didn't bother me. Being in big crowds was no big deal. But then when I woke up, all of a sudden I didn't like big crowds. Anytime I get near any kind of large crowd, like all that energy starts bombarding me, and I hate it. Can't stand it. So I do my best to try to stay out of crowds. I hate going to Walmart. I hate I really just do not like going to big stores or anything like that, and I try to stay out of them. I have to go to Lowe's quite often, but that's not nearly as bad as Walmart. But anytime you get in a crowd, I don't want to be there. I hate it, and I think that's another reason I've stayed well is because I have stayed out of those situations.
The only time I'm really in a crowd is when I'm in traffic. So I'm still kind of closed off to everybody, which is, I guess, okay, you know.
Yeah,
But I don't like a crowd either. I used to go to concerts and stuff like that, and I loved it, man. And I'll watch people's videos of them going to concerts nowadays, and I'm like, man, I bet it was hot, and you probably had to stand somewhere for a long time. I'm glad I didn't go, you know. And it's not worth it to me to be entertained for an hour or whatever. It's not worth it to me anymore. Even though there are some good bands that I would still love to see, probably it's just, you know, it's a sacrifice you have to make at that point.
I used to work at Walnut Creek Amphitheater. I'm sure you know where that is. And I would, it didn't bother me at all. And I would, they actually, what we did, what we got, me and my buddy, we went and got jobs there. We wanted security, but when we got there late because we'd been drinking the night before, we got up late, and when we got there, the only jobs they had left were ushers. And so we would, the first year we worked as ushers, and we would stand up on the back line, and they would put 2 security guards and a police officer with us, and we were supposed to check people's tickets. And then basically the next year we were security, but we would stand on the back line in between the. Have you ever been to Walnut Creek Amphitheater?
No, where's this? I'm not familiar.
It's in Raleigh. It's in Raleigh. It has a seating area in the front that's covered, and then it has a field where you can stand. And then they barrier it to where they don't want, if you don't have a ticket for the seating, they don't want you up in the seating. So our job was to stop the people from coming up into the seats. And so we would just stand up there, just facing the crowd of, 20,000 people staring back at us, and it didn't bother me at all then. But now that would it would drive me nuts. I couldn't stand it. I wouldn't be able to handle that. All that energy, I can just feel it all now.
Yeah. Makes you want to nap, right? No, I'm just kidding. I mean, I could still go to stuff like that. I mean, I'm an outgoing enough guy. I mean, I could still hit a concert and probably halfway enjoy it, but just I had a basic point I was getting across, right? Yeah.
It's not the music that bothers me. It's just all the.
I think I'm getting old too, Pete. I might be getting old a little bit.
Oh, I'm 51. I am old. I'm officially old. I'm halfway to elderly.
Well, I just turned 39, and I could almost say the same thing. I feel old.
I told the boss the other night I was doing this really hard job, and I was like, "Man, this is elderly abuse," and he was like, "What?" I was like, "Man, I thought I was until I met you."
That's funny.
No.
Yeah, that's why I'm trying to eat right lately and maintain at the gym and stuff like that, because I do feel like I'm slowly getting to that point where if I don't get a hold of it now, then it might get a little harder later, type of stuff.
Yeah, I was
because
having
I'm old.
a rough time with my health a couple years back, and it really beat me up bad. It just really tore me up, and so I've been getting better, but it was it took me a lot of recovery to get over that. And I've been working extra hard lately. That's why I haven't been doing a lot on YouTube. Is I've been actually pushing myself to get the medical stuff taken care of that I need to get taken care of, and I should be done halfway through December. So that'll all be done, and that'll be really
good. And it seems like you're staying busy, staying moving around and stuff. So that's good with all the work you're putting in.
Yeah, I really, I talking about Thanksgiving. I mean, I think there's there's a lot of bullshit to Thanksgiving, but I think it's also at least a good time to reflect on what we are thankful for and have gratitude for what we are thankful for. And I'm very thankful for my health, which, you know, I have back now, and I'm thankful for work and purpose, and I'm thankful for YouTube, and I'm thankful for you guys out there in the community. I'm thankful for friends like Joe, and, you know, I think these things are important for us to reflect on.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'm definitely thankful. I'm going to be going to see the kids here soon and be able to be a part of that. Like I was talking about earlier, you know, I mean, my daughter's 14, and you know, I remember at 14 all the different options that I thought were just tantalizing, and okay, I could do this and this and this. Oh, I could smoke this weed and stuff if I think about it and all that. And I want to be there for all those things, you know, and to be able to maybe talk her down from some of those bad decisions.
Yeah, I didn't ever get
Which I don't know if I don't know if I would have listened to anybody if they were trying to talk me down from the bad decisions I made back in the day. So I don't know. It might be a futile effort, but I'm gonna try.
Well, I think mainly just being there and letting her know that you are there to listen. I think that's enough right there, just to have somebody that you know you can go talk to. But, you know, getting her to actually listen, that's a whole nother thing. But for her to actually just to be able to come to you and talk, that might be enough to get her to think twice. I don't know. Yeah. I didn't.
Oh yeah.
I was kind of sheltered, I guess, up until I was 18, but then, you know, then I went kind of wild. But I was a real good boy up until 18. And
Same here. Yeah.
I guess everybody's, I mean, a lot of people start early, but I don't know. I was mischievous, but, you know, I didn't get too much trouble. Although I remember I was thinking about this the other day. And I don't know how we got away, but we went on a church retreat to Curie Beach one time, and there was probably 20 kids, and we got to Curie Beach, and somehow, some way, we talked somebody into buying us beer, a local down there, and we got just absolutely drunk on this beer because we were kids, and how those church counselor people or whatever they were, the adults that were with us, how they did not catch us, I do not know, because we were so hungover the next day, and I just don't know. I don't know if they knew and didn't say nothing, but I don't know.
That was funny. That reminds me. I was talking to my new assistant at work. He was like new helper or whatever. And he's good enough. He's probably going to take over. But I was talking to him about, he was saying that he was born in the year 2000. I'm like, bro, no way. I'm like, I was partying with my friends that night, year 2000, you know, and in the house we were all partying, you know, and we were counting down to the New Year's, and then somebody shut the power down to the house. The whole house party went freaking wild, man. It was awesome. It was a great party. And this guy was being conceived that night, probably.
That was 1999 going into 2000. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, Y2K.
I had a weird experience then too. I was downtown at a like a outdoor downtown New Year's party, and they were counting down the last 10 seconds, and all of a sudden I was surrounded by police. And I'm like, what the hell? And some idiot had left a book bag about 2 feet away from me. And they were like afraid of, you know, Y2K and all that shit. And so they were on high alert, and they like were pulling people away. And because I was so close to the bag, they were like patting me down. I'm like, what the hell? You know, like I had no idea about this bag, but that was all it was some idiot left the bag. So I spent New Year's.
Were they believing that from you?
Huh? Do what?
I was just saying, were they believing you? You're like, I got no idea what the bag is.
Oh yeah, well they opened the bag and they figured it out, but it was in that I like the switching from 99 to 2000. I was getting patted down. That was
no shit.
Yeah, it was like, what the hell? I
That's
mean, I don't know.
crazy. I think by the end of that night, I was being driven home by my also drunk friend, and I was puking down the side of his car. I'm like, dude, I gotta throw up. You know, well, sorry to everybody, but yeah, I was like, man, I'm about to be sick, and I'm like, you probably want to pull over, and he's like, man, just go ahead, dude, just go out the window or whatever. So I went out the window, and it's all down the side of his car. It was horrible.
Oh,
Yeah,
is saccharin what you were talking about earlier? Are you talking about something else? I don't think that's what you.
saccharin, yeah, that's one of them. But the one I was talking about is sucralose, because that's in the. Every now and then I'll drink me a zero sugar monster, and it's got the sucralose in it. That's the sweetener.
I don't know. I don't think I know about
But saccharin is another type of sweetener.
saccharin.
There are many different types. Yeah.
Sweet and low is okay. From what I've seen.
What would
They
everybody
tried
think
to.
about stevia? What is everybody's opinion on stevia?
That's the
Because
one
I use that in my coffee.
I'm not sure. I've seen good and bad, and I don't really know which is true. I don't know. That one I'm not sure about. That's the one I was thinking of, stevia.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I'm not positive. The
Yeah, I'll use a little stevia and a little bit of cinnamon in my coffee in the morning. That's really all I use. I've tried to cut out sugar, but I can't help but eat damn cookies every now and then. I like cookies. I don't know why.
I love
A
cookies.
good chocolate chip, you know.
I like all kinds of cookies. I didn't used to like I didn't used to eat much of that stuff for some reason. I don't know why, but and then I had some neighbors that for some reason they always had sweets around, and because they were around, it was like, and I was helping them out a lot. When you walk by a counter and it's full of sweets, it gets hard to resist. But and they were always, do you want a cone of ice cream? Oh, well, yeah, it's a hot day. Maybe I will have a cone of ice cream. I don't know. That's
Right.
not
And
good.
that's why I try not to keep anything around. But if I do have it around, it don't last long because I'll stay on it. That's why I don't keep it around.
I try to buy a lot of fruit to I eat a lot of fruit. I do like my fruit now. It's I think that does really good. And I try to make that my sweet, but
Yeah,
every like
fruit's a
the other
lot of
day I was at the
sugar.
store and
Yeah, I try
pecan
to keep.
pie, Thanksgiving coming up. I thought, well, I'll get a pecan pie because you know, and that literally was my that I don't. There is no Thanksgiving dinner here. You know, the whole turkey video at the beginning, that was a joke. You know, there is no turkey dinner, but I mean, I could have
Right.
pecan pie. You know, stevia.
You could have had your pick. Could have had your pick of all of them.
Yeah, I know. There's so many critters. We do have horses, but the horses are at training learning to dance. I don't know what you call the dancing, but they dance, and I don't know. It's pretty cool, but I don't know. They've been gone a while, and they supposed to come back in the next 3 to 4, 6 months, something like that, from the trainer. But then there's a problem with one of the horses, and he's got a nerve problem, which is kind of an issue. We don't know what's going to happen with that, but we're hoping he's going to be able to get healed. Right, the surgeon he was going to do the surgery, then now he's thinking not doing the surgery, so we're not sure what's going to happen. But it's not good because if he doesn't do the surgery, he's not going to be able to dance, and he's been trained to do all this dancing, which was very expensive, and basically it'll be lost money, which kind of sucks. But I mean, I don't know what to tell you about that. Oh, we gotta.
Hey, let me leave and come back real quick because
Okay.
the audio
Right.
just sucks again.
Yeah.
Hold on.
That does help sometimes. How are you guys doing in chat? How you doing, Dean? Thank you for coming and hanging out with us. Let's see. What is that? Joint problem. Cut wet so it doesn't smoke. Hey, Dan, you might want to save that for the end of the stream. I've got a little special, little special video. We're gonna do a short little concert. Some friends of mine, and I put together a little video for them to show you guys and kind of end out the day. We're not on no set schedule. We ain't no
Yeah,
set.
on that note,
Are you guys you guys got any questions? It's stupid questions are okay. You can ask stupid questions. I'll answer stupid questions. Why not? Let's see. my boss called today and he was like, "What you doing today?" And I'm like, "Doing a live stream." He's like, "Yeah." He goes, "Can you send me the link?" So he's watching today. I don't know. I don't know if he wanted to see, what is old Beags up to on this thing today. Like, so he's I think I saw him in the chat earlier, but I'm not sure. But
hey, not all of us have somebody, to hang out with or even want somebody to hang out with, and would rather have good company like this, right?
Well, a lot of us in this awakening process, we don't want to hang out with our friends and family anymore. They're bullshit. They just talk bullshit. Talk about the weather.
Well, not if they're gonna ostracize us for actually believing things that are tried, true, and tested.
Right. And so we want to hang out with people that are of more of a like mind than than the normal folk, the normies or the sheeple or the people that aren't awake yet. It's much better for us to do that, and it is.
I like how people think we're stupid, but we even hold our own senses and our own views to the fire to test them to see if they come out pure too. We try everything.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not. I don't want anyone to think that I have it all figured out or all the answers, or anything like that. I am studying these theories just as you guys are. I'm not going to.
I say it all the time. The more I learn, man, the more I know that I don't know anything. I don't know much at all. There's so much more that I can know that I'll never be able to because there's just too much.
Oh, absolutely. There's too much. I try to hone it down to more focus on things. I think it was
actually you that I heard talk about one time that it would take us several lifetimes or whatever, or maybe I was talking to you about it or something, but it would take lifetimes, many lifetimes to be able to cover all the information that was important. All the information that's not important, it would take more on top of that.
Properly to look at things properly. Yes, I mean you can't. There's no way.
It would take a lifetime to get into the rationalization of what is important and what's not. It would take a couple lifetimes to figure that shit out, man.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like, there's a big, a lot of people have this problem with the word Tartaria now. It's like, I think we have a lot of people that are thinking about it in an incorrect way. I think what's the problem is that I don't think they understand it's a misnomer. When we say the Tartaria, the old world Tartaria, I think they take it that we're saying that Tartaria was the whole world. And I think they haven't done any study or have an understanding of what was actually transpiring or why we say the word Tartaria.
Yeah.
And I think they really need to dig deeper before they start, saying, ha ha ha, we got you now. Tartaria was not the whole world. Ha ha ha. And that's not what we're saying. We're not, I'm not saying, at least. Maybe the TikTok Tartarians are saying that. But was Tartaria, did it exist? Yes. I think that's been, put to bed.
Well, it's been in what written texts, talk of Tartaria, along with images in those books or whatever, whether those be contrived or not. But then you also have the maps that we found that have Tartaria on them. Not the whole not the whole realm, Tartaria, but just
No.
certain places, you know.
Yep.
I mean, people are stupid if they think that is just covering everything. It's not, obviously. There are different circumstances involved here. It's not just, oh, everything is Tartaria, mud flooded, everything is
Tartaria
Tartaria.
became a
Not.
way of saying what we were trying to say. Now, granted,
Right.
it wasn't the best way to say it. The problem is when you don't have the actual legal term of what a mud flood is, you have this, all of a sudden you have this word mud flood, and it's like an idea, a hypothesis that you can actually run with. And when I say mud flood, you know what I'm talking about, whether it happened via mud or rain or uh, liquefaction or simulation. It doesn't matter. We know what we're fucking talking about. We don't have to like sit here and discuss, well, wait a minute, what are you talking about, man? I don't understand mud flood. What are you talking about? You know, if we
Well, I think a lot. Yeah, I think a lot of it's just splitting hairs in order to get attention. That's what I'd say.
I think a lot of people are up on their spiritual high horse, and they think that they need to be, basically we need to go up to these people they're on their spiritual high horses, looking down and saying, no, you're not 100% correct, and just kick the legs out from under them and make them fall to the ground and get that down with the rest of humanity, because you're not on a spiritual high horse. Okay, we're all here trying to learn. We don't all have the answers. You know, no one person has the answers. And did Tartaria exist? Yes. Was it the whole world? No. You know, what's in between that is where we need to work. We need to, like, go ahead.
I kind of think those people, they end up hanging themselves anyway. You know, I mean, I understand what you're saying. You know, it'd be nice to be able to just chop these guys off at the legs and be able to not have to deal with, you know, people's, you know, I don't know, the way they you know, put their one word Tartaria, all the childish nonsense we wouldn't have to deal with if we could cut them out at the feet, but they eventually end up hanging themselves anyway, I guess is the point I'm
I mean, if you look
trying to
at
get
the
across. I mean,
around the world,
like Ewar, the dude that did the
Flat
history of the flat Earth.
Yeah.
Man, I seen that, and I was amazed. I was like, dude, this dude's got it. He's got it figured out. And then when he started doing the whole flip flop and stuff, that name is no more to me. It really doesn't mean anything. And that channel I've never watched since then. I mean,
that is a view
they
that
hang
a lot of
themselves.
people
They hang
have.
themselves.
I have a different view on that. See, when I first saw Awar, I'd already heard all that shit before, and I realized right off the bat he was just copy and pasting what others had done, and it wasn't original.
I didn't know that. Yeah.
It is. I mean, if you've been doing this long enough, you'll know exactly what I just said is true. Even he will admit that. Okay, but the thing is that the people that came in later, like you, who were, because you woke up much later than I did, right? So you came to that information much later. So when you saw Ewar, it was like, wow, that's amazing. But for somebody that had been awake a lot longer, like myself, it was like, oh, that's old hat. And I just literally, I watched it one time through and was like, oh, okay, that was cool, and moved on. I've been there, done that, seen that before. It was no big deal. But then I started noticing later, wait a minute, why is everybody so excited about this Awar when he's just copy pasting? I don't get it. It didn't make any sense. But I see what it is now. It's just people waking up later and not coming to the information sooner. It's the same thing with Archaics. It's he's just regurgitating and rewording old esoteric knowledge. There's nothing new to what he's saying. It's this old hat. There's nothing new there, but people that are new to this community, they're just learning, and to them it's like, oh my God, revelations. You know, it's not new. There's nothing new about it. It's just rewording. It's rebranding of old esoteric knowledge. That's all it is.
Yeah, it's new levels of awakening as you realize things like that. You know, that people are, you know, cut and paste and stuff like ideas have been around for a while. This isn't something new type of thing. Those new realizations as you continue into your awakening are awesome. Like each one is like, okay, so this is old hat, it's worn out, you know. There's no new information that's going to make anybody change their minds on this topic. People have made their minds up. So if you wanted to change the situation, you know where that sticking point is now, and you just got to be able to find the way to change it.
There's a lot of old documentaries
Which
that
is
I
hard to do.
watched 16 years ago that have been scrubbed from the internet, and I'd be probably surprised to see what I have in my collection. But there are videos that are now being made that are where people have watched those in the past and they're remaking those videos in their own way, and it looks like it's new information. It's not. It's just old information that's being brought up to the modern times, and it's really cool
Yeah,
to see.
that's TikTok. That's these TikTok people all day long. They're just taking somebody else's shit and making little. Oh, I can keep somebody's attention and get views, or I don't know what they're doing nowadays, but I don't do that stuff.
It's about clicks. I mean, okay. Example: there's somebody I know that they're on TikTok and they're like, how many subscribers you have? And I'm like, oh, I got around 6,000. Like, well, I have 15,000 on TikTok, and I'm like, yeah, and and they don't get it. They think they're like, that's wonderful. I've got 15,000, but they don't realize it's not the same. Like the people that are, you're not coming and looking at me and my channel and what I'm doing on YouTube for entertainment. Like, it's not, you're here for to learn, to really go deeper into your consciousness, to go into to research. You're not here for me to dog and pony show you. I'm not here. I'm not going.
Hey, it's just Thanksgiving, man. I thought we were just hanging out.
I mean, I know I'm pretty,
I'm just
but
kidding.
not that pretty. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it doesn't matter if I have 1 subscriber or a million, as long as we're, you know, actually doing something here that is consciously moving us forward. Even if at times it looks like I'm fighting, there's a purpose behind it. Sometimes we need to fight. We need to duke it out. We need to argue, because if we're always,
You know what it makes you look like, B?
we're not getting anywhere.
It makes you look passionate, for sure. I mean, if anything, they are getting that rise out of you. And yeah, you may look to some people like you're being a bit rash or whatever when you're lashing back at these people, lashing back after trying to be nice, of course, right? You know, because we always try that first.
Well, you start there.
But,
you always start there. That no matter what people say, you always start it nice. And then
of course, yeah.
Yeah.
But nobody's going to pay attention to that. They're just going to pay. Oh, look at him freaking out. You know.
Most of the time, it's not they don't pay attention. It's that they just didn't see it. They weren't there. A lot of times it just happens behind the scenes, and you don't see the beginning of it. All you see is the initial attack. That's all you see. You don't see how it started. You don't see the beginning, and then it just looks like this thing that it's not. And that's the problem with the internet. It's not like, in real life when you see Joe walk up to Billy Bob and punch him in the face. What started that. You know what I mean? You see it, you see how that started.
Yeah, it started and it ended right then and there, right?
Started and it ended, And I'm not saying we need to get together and duke it out. I mean, that's stupid too.
No, yeah, of course, right. Yeah.
Well, we need to quit like hiding behind the screen and saying, okay, we're going to talk about this, and this, but we're not going to talk about that, and that. And you cannot bring your opinion. You cannot bring your truth and your belief systems. Just leave those at home. We're going to stay within these parameters. That's not a fucking conversation. That's not truth. That's a dog and pony show.
Yeah,
that's fucking bullshit.
Well, everybody's show is their own show, and it is YouTube, and everybody's, I don't know, man. I don't know. Everybody's always going to have their difference of opinion. Everybody's always going to try to give somebody else flack to be able to get themselves more attention.
Yeah.
I mean, it's from childhood. You know, some people really don't ever grow up. And I could be included in that. I'm not saying I probably, you know, there are childish things, I'm sure. My wife would probably tell you about, you know, that I'm probably childish here and there. You know, we all are.
When I started my channel, I wanted to be the stuffed beagle. I wanted to be this, it was unimportant. It wasn't important for me to be the focus. I didn't care about being the focus. I just wanted to present what my thoughts were, and I wanted to take me out of the equation. But it's amazing to me how fucking personal this shit got, and it blows up out of control. And I never wanted to be a part of. I don't want to argue with people. It doesn't do any good. But I also am Gen X, and we, you kick us in the nuts and we're going to swing. You know, that's just the way we are. But it's not the focus that I wanted to be. And I've taken some time to contemplate and study where I want to go in the future and how I'm going to deal with these things, because I've learned through the past several years that I've got to that the old way of doing things is not the way that the internet works now. It's not going to work for me in the future. And I do not agree with the way that the internet works, but I've got to find a new way, because the old way doesn't work. The new way don't work. So I've got to find a third way.
My internet isn't even working right now. So
going up and down on you?
Yeah, a little bit. But yeah, I hear you, bro.
I just want to, I want to be better. And I did try to bring the community together, and that was an epic fail. It basically, the entire group just turned on itself and imploded. And it was so sad, because it was just over stupid bullshit. It was bullshit people doing bullshit things. And it's just, I learned that you cannot put these people together, that you can't create a group like that. And so for anybody that's going to create a group in the future, don't do it, because it's really going to, not work. Because people, man, I tell you what, man, it only takes one asshole to fuck the whole thing up. And it happens.
Some people can't even decide the name of the group to start out with, right?
See, we didn't give them that option. It was.
That's a good idea.
It was a great idea, except we made a few tactical errors where we didn't. The truth being told, being almost elderly people, we didn't know a few things about the technology that we should have known, and we lost control of the group, and we didn't realize it, and it was just our ignorance of the technology. Now we know now, but we
wasn't it just like little high school bickering that made it all go crazy?
No, it was
difference of opinions or creative differences.
It was several things. It was just it started off with that famous Paul Cook, Michelle Gibson, I forget who all was on the stream, but we were on a stream and Paul Cook was naughty, and we knew about it behind the scenes, but it wasn't like there was no problem. It's not like we knew about it, but nobody else knew about it. There was no problem. It was just like, okay, naughty, don't do it again. And we moved on. And then a while later, we had, I don't want to throw anybody under the bus here, but there was, people tried to blackmail people, and it was like, fuck you. And it just all when you try to blackmail people, it just goes badly. Don't ever do that. You will lose every time. Stupid move. But
I'll try to steer clear on that one.
basically the everybody started stabbing everybody in the back. Like it was like these people there was this group. These are people you guys know, people you guys watch, and they were all of a sudden they turned on each other and they were fighting each other. And so I just pulled the plug. I said, fuck you all. Fuck all of them, and pulled the plug right out from it. And of course that pissed them off. And then everybody turned on me. Fuck you all.
Are you happier? Are you happier now in life, Beags? Is it peaceful?
Yeah. I have cut everybody.
I've cut so many people out of my life, and they've cut me out of their life, and I'm okay with that. That it is very peaceful. I have people that are actually concerned and care for me or whatever that'll get with me every now and then and say something like, "Hey, miss you," and stuff like that. And that's all I need,
Awakening is a very lonely path, and that's something you'll just have to come to grips with. You will lose a lot of your closest people in your awakening process, and that's just part of it. It's not a pleasant thing, but it is the way it is. You're just we're all on our own consciousness path, and nobody's with us. Okay, there's nobody that's going through what you're going through right now, or I'm going through right now, or any of you are going through right now. We're all on our fucking own, and especially our best friends and our closest family members. They're the ones that are going to believe us the least. They're the ones that are going to support us the least. They're going to be ones that are going to talk shit to you. They're going to put you down. They're going to look at you like you're nuts. They're not going to support you. And you just have to rise above it and realize that they're on their own path. You can't wake them up. You can't wake anybody up. All you can do is try to leave a seed for them to pick up. But honestly, that's not really going to work either. You're either people are either going to wake up or they're not. We're in a transitional period from going from 3D reality to 5D reality. Okay. And there's going to be not a whole lot of us that go to 5D. I'm not saying I'm going to 5D. I may not. I may not. But there's a possibility that I may. Okay. Because I'm aware of it. I'm moving towards that. I am trying to go that direction. It's not easy. And it's the track. I jump from track to track through my own life. And I'm human. Okay. And as we progress, okay, it's going to be harder and harder to jump these tracks. Okay. And at some point, it's going to be impossible to jump the tracks. And right now you can look at the 3D reality and you could say, oh, wow, I'm so sorry they're, on drugs or drinking aspartame, or, that they're not looking into, this wonderful research we call Mudflood, or, oh my gosh, they're, doing this and they're doing that. And I wish they wouldn't do this. They wish they wouldn't get the jabby jab, but there's nothing you can do about it. All you can do is see but you can see, they can also see you guys. Okay. They can look at you and see, wait, they didn't get the jabby jab and they're okay. Wait, they look really happy. Why do they look like they're healthier? Why? People look at me all the time. They say, you're 51 and I don't look like I'm 51. I mean, I feel like I look pretty well for 51. And I that's a good thing. It means I'm doing a little something right. I mean, I used to smoke 2 packs a day and drink like a fish 16 years ago, and I cut it out cold turkey. And I'm sorry if I did not look like I look now back then. I've changed a lot for the better.
I'm quit. I'm quit for about 4 or 5 months now. Cigarettes.
Really? Oh yeah, I remember you were gonna quit. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah. You haven't smoked at all?
No.
Awesome.
No cigarettes. No.
Did you go cold turkey or did you wean yourself?
Cold turkey. I couldn't do the whole wean myself thing because if I buy a pack, I'm smoking cigarettes all day long. That's pretty much how it was. So I had to not buy a pack.
I think that's the way you have to do it right. I think and I had no problem when I walked away. I just walked away. I did not have any withdrawal. The only thing I would do is that after I ate, I would reach for my pack of cigarettes, but I didn't want one. I just reached like habit. and I would reach for the pack of cigarettes, and eventually that went away too. So
Mhm.
it's doable if you smoke.
Yeah,
And
if I'm ever in a situation where I have a beer.
yeah, I hadn't had.
No, my bad. You stopped and then you went.
I hadn't had a beer either. I hadn't had any of that. One thing that I wish that people would realize is that vaping is bad. That it's going to be probably worse than smoking, but I think it's going to. It took many years for people to realize that smoking was bad, and I think the same thing's
There
going to
should
be.
be a 10-year study out on that already, right?
But are people reading it? I mean, hell, I knew about it 16 years ago that it was it was terrible. So how do I know that 16 years ago and people are still smoking down vapes? I don't get it. But that's the world we live in.
It sure is, yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
Hey Derby Jack, how you doing? Y'all send your love and light to Derby Jack, and also send your love and light to DN for me. Just focus your reality and focus love and light towards these individuals, and they will sense your love and your light. They will experience that energy resonance, and they can do the same. A thing about a dog that a lot of people don't know is that a dog will go outside and charge itself, ground itself, and then come back in and let you have that energy. When you pet them, that energy, your bad negative energy goes into them, and then they run outside and release it, and they bring back in positive energy. That's why pets are so good in like nursing homes and stuff. But definitely pet your animals if you have them.
Oh, wow.
Grounding is another good thing.
Yeah, I had two cats. I had two cats, and I had to get rid of them because I'm gonna be moving soon, so I can't drag
Yeah.
them across country in my car. You know what I mean? So gave them to another family, so they're gone, and there was way more hair in here than I thought there was after they left. So I got that cleaned up. Oh my god.
Cats, man. I like cats, but I'm not a cat person. They're I don't know. I'm more of a dog person. Love
Yeah, I'm
dogs.
good now on animals. For a long time, I'm good on animals.
They're talking about Las Vegas. I've only been to Vegas once, and we pulled in at 1 a.m. and went down the strip, and there was all the lights and everything. That was really cool. We stayed
Yeah, it
overnight.
is neat. Yeah.
It's a interesting place. I don't know what it would.
Yeah,
I actually
it's
thought
cool.
about
It's cool to fly in it. It's cool to fly in at night, and it's also cool to drive in at night. 'Cause
yeah.
you can see like after you pass this certain portion of the mountain or whatever, you come up over the top, boom!
See
It just
the
like
Luxor.
lights up like crazy.
I remember you could see the Luxor from a long ways away. That big beam going out the top.
Oh
Was
yeah,
really
yeah. You probably might see that one first. Yeah,
that was really neat.
yeah.
Yeah, grounding's really good. That stuff's really good for you. What other theories are you interested in? Out of your favorite theory list, what kind of
Are you talking about the Mandela ones or
anything like
just
what
anything?
just any theories? What other theories are interesting to you?
I don't know. I mean, I like the more land theory, but then the other theory that I like, which is the torus field theory, kind of shuts all that off. You know what I mean? So it's kind of like a double negative there. But I do like both of those options. You know, and it'd be cool to be able to find out.
Well, wait a minute.
And
How does the no land theory shut off the Taurus theory?
more land theory.
Yeah. Okay. What if the Taurus field goes
Because
out further than we realize?
okay, well, yeah, that's a good point. But it would have to stop. I mean, well, the only way
I don't know.
I
I'm
say
just
it like I
saying.
said, The only way I said it like I said it is because our sun and moon go within a certain distance, and our pond is melted out only a certain distance, so it seems like just the outside of that field that would be controlling our luminaries or whatever wouldn't be too fucking far away. You know what I mean? I don't know. Maybe there might be some more
I'm not a big
within that.
proponent of the more land theory. It's not something I'm like I don't have much investment in.
Right. I mean, there's no real evidence for it, right? Maybe a
Yeah,
couple contrived maps or something, but
like
and a couple books.
where like I don't know how you would prove that you ain't going there. So if you haven't been there, how do you know? I don't know.
That was the idea behind that group, though. So to maybe somebody will freaking figure it out someday.
I have
You know,
wondered if there's
because I mean,
like
you do got the guy in that painting or whatever it was, where he's looking out from underneath the dome. You know which one I'm talking about? The stars are on the outside of it.
yeah, that's cool. I love that painting. That's a really neat painting.
And that's an old painting. So I mean, it gives you the impression that maybe there really might be something.
Well, the all the old civilizations talked about a firmament. That was part of their view of the world, is that there is a firmament. All of them. They talked about this world tree, and
Yeah.
looks like a torus field. I mean, it's we're I think the whole globe coming in with the globe thing, I think that was all them trying to change reality. The Catholic Church and coming in and then oh, we're gonna burn the globers. You know what I mean? We're gonna set them on fire for saying it's a globe. Oh wait, no, it is a globe. Okay. Oh yes, we proved. Yes, it is a globe. Yeah, like, but
Yeah, I don't know.
before that, But of
Yeah.
course, the Catholics, they changed a lot. I mean, I highly suggest people study the history of how the Catholic Church was started and the history of Christianity, not the Bible, the actual history of how it was started. That shit fascinating. I mean, I'm reading about Flavius.
I didn't even want to learn about that. Biggs. I grew up in church. I didn't even want to learn about that. I didn't want to know that all of it started that way. You know what I mean? I'm like, you've got to be kidding me.
I never heard that.
Crazy.
I went to church every week, every Sunday till I was 18, and I never even questioned where it came from. I was never even given that option.
Maybe we should touch on the origins of this wonderful holiday where we find ourselves in today. You know about those, right?
Let's hear it. Tell me what you heard, because it is
okay, yeah. This is from what I've heard, but I did see it from several different sources or whatever. Basically, the white man or the English or whoever the hell came over here to the Americas, found the natives here, and basically it wasn't like a nice dinner where everybody had a potluck and everybody traded. You know, it was more of a massacre style. Like, there was no Thanksgiving. It was more like, thanks for giving us your land. You know, whether you want that to happen or not, that's what's going to happen. So that's what I think happened. I mean, without saying too much, I guess.
Yeah. And then I'm not even sure if that is true either. I think that
I'm not either. I can't verify that. So but it's what makes sense to me, and it sounds bad.
Let me try to give a nutshell of kind of where I'm thinking at this point on this whole, like, the Native Americans. Okay, I think I think two things happened. Number one, I think that the Africans came over, and they came up through South America, and that's where the Olmecs came from. And then they migrated north up through Mexico and then up into North America. And then
You,
a
you mean
different
you mean you mean they migrated west, north?
they came from
Because
Africa.
you know South America is way the hell over here now,
Yeah, right.
and,
Yeah,
and
yeah, yeah.
that's
I
one of
don't
the
know.
Mandela things or whatever.
I mean, our whole maps are messed up. It's like the sizes of like the countries are not right, and but I think
Yeah, go
you
on.
got to look at into the stories of the ancient African kings, the Mansas, and the Mansa came over and with all these ships, 2,000 ships, and I believe they came over, and I believe that story is going to be found to be true in time, and that they migrated north. This is the black folks, okay, and then I believe that the Tartarians came in from the north and came across the Bering Strait and down, through that area. And then
They must have
these
been Canadian.
came through Canada. And then and I think that these two groups then mingled. And I think what we have that we know is the red man, the American Indian, the feather knot dot. I think they are a combination of the Tartarians and the black folks. And I think they mingled and got their business on, and they had offspring that it changed the way they looked. And then when we came over, that we found these people, and then I think what they did was you had ones that looked more like the what we consider the red man, the Native American Indians, and I think they labeled them the Indians, and then I think you had more of them that looked black, and I think they put them into indentured servitude, okay, and then those people were slaves, but they were under contract, and their contract was to work a certain amount of years under contract. Basically, they were prisoners of war, and they were put into slavery under contract to be released later. Then when they served their contract, they became freed men, not free men, freed men. And then those men, okay, came out into society, and those are the first black men that we know that were getting educations and starting businesses and building farms and things like this. But in order to cover up what they had done, they came up with the slave trade, and they made up this whole bullshit slave trade thing, and they faked this whole thing. It's very complicated stuff, and I'm not the authority on that. I would look into
All that happened on Thanksgiving.
no.
I'm
We're
just
well
playing. I
past
know.
we're
I'm just playing.
we're all past the Thanksgiving. But
Yeah, I got you.
if you look into this basically the blacks, the Moors were already in America. I think they were already here. Another thing is that people ask a lot of times, like, well, why were they living in teepees?
Well,
They really weren't. They were living in houses. If you read the histories and you go back, you realize they were living in houses. The teepee thing only came when we started pushing them out. And they
isn't Moors? Isn't that one of the names that we see on a lot of the old documents or whatever? Is when we research our Mudflood stuff, we see the Moors. We see
Yep.
some
And
of them.
they
We see the forget that other one.
the Moorish
But never.
architecture, you'll see that the kind of Islamic looking buildings that we have in America, those are
Okay,
the Moorish
that's right,
with,
yeah, that's what I meant.
with turrets on them. That's a big Moorish kind of thing. But I do
Yeah,
think they are. That's where the Tartarians. I believe it looks like, from what I can tell, that there
the
was
blend.
some kind of major war that happened in Tartaria. Because if you go look on the satellites, there's these like crater marks all over the area, like it was just bombed to fuck. And it looks exactly like what we call in North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia area, Carolina Bays, which is named
Right.
after the bay trees. But all it is big craters that have filled with water. Of course, they say, oh, they're meteor holes. They're not meteor holes. They're bomb holes. And if you look even deeper into it, those bomb holes, you can actually tell that they're not round exactly. They're more like you could tell which direction the bombs came from. But and I think that it's very
unlike the craters on the moon.
I don't know what the hell's going on the moon. I don't think the moon is what we're told at all. I think it's much closer. I think the sun is much closer. I think the moon is quite possibly a satellite of some sort. That it's it's a thing, like it's not a ball. It's like we know. I don't think it is what we're told. I think it's possibly a satellite that was put there, because if you look in the ancient histories, there was no moon. Why is that? So I mean, there's a lot of questions there. I think this, and I also think it's very possible that there were two suns, and even another possibility is that the moon is the old sun, the old second sun.
Yeah, there was also another lunar wave caught recently. I don't know if you had a chance to see it. I shared it on my community tab, I think. Yeah, if you look on my community tab, it's like the first message I've ever shared on the community. So if you check it out, it says Luna wave or something.
Okay.
But you could see the wave going up or whatever, and then the ripple following it.
Wow.
Because like there's a wave that goes across the sky, and at first we thought it was just like centralized to just the moon, like just where the moon is. But turns out we've caught it over other celestial bodies, and you can see the wave go across, and then its ripple follow it. It's amazing, like what is rippling across the moon. It's like a displacement, almost like as if the moon were a hologram behind it. It's a trip, man.
It could be. You know, there's the theory. I don't know what you call it, but the theory where the Earth is mapped on the moon, like it's a reflection or something of
Vibes of Cosmos, the YouTube channel. There they have it mapped out all of. It's awesome.
But okay, I get how they're saying that it's a projection map like of the Earth, but how is it being projected? Have they come up with an idea for that yet?
That I don't know.
Oh,
I don't know. Plus, I mean, I haven't followed their channel real closely, but I know that that's where that information does come from. I had planned on at some point in time reviewing what they have so far on their channel, but they seem like they're pretty they're very intricate with their video. They cover a lot and they're very detailed. So I mean, it was like, oh, there's a lot of information. I'm like, I'm sure they got it all kind of covered or whatever, and I'll get to it at some point in time, but I just haven't.
You were looking into wind catchers for a while. Are you still working on that, or have you?
I have lots of information on the bodgear or wind catcher. I have lots of information on it, know exactly how they work, and I'm going to put a video together at some point in time, but it's just having the time, and now the internet's gone, so you know.
So
I'll get to it later, pretty much.
Okay, awesome.
It's definitely fascinating, and whenever you reference the wind catchers in your video, you know, I always thought, man, that'd be cool to have a video about wind catchers that you could refer them to, you know, go check out, you know. But I just never made
what I'm talking about. When I say wind catchers, I don't think that they understand what I'm saying. I don't think they get it most of the time. I don't think it's I don't know, because it's so weird and so different, and like it's very difficult to find evidence.
Wind catcher almost sounds like a Fantasyland type wind catcher, you know, and people's minds are automatically, oh, wind catcher, and then blank it out or something maybe. I don't know.
Because there is a thing called a wind catcher, which is like an artistic moving sculpture, but that's not what I'm talking about. And there is a dame from the Middle East. What do you say it again? You said it a minute ago. The
Bodgir.
Bodgir. That is the name. Windcatcher is like the English version of that, but that's the actual name of it. And but you can't say that to Americans. They're like, huh, what? And Windcatcher.
Yeah, and if you search Bodgir by itself on the internet, it's gonna finish that with a lot of naughty stuff. If you wouldn't already imagine. Badgir. It finishes it with the L, and it gives you options of things you're not really looking for. So be careful on searching that one. But Bodgir, Ypres, Ypres, I think is where Yazd, Yazd. There's like a shitload of them in Yazd, and you can look them up there and check out how they work.
I noticed that in construction today, they're actually in America starting to build wind catchers into buildings because they're realizing that technology is better than what we're using today. It's a earth friendly technology, and they're looking at building.
We have underground water, or canots, I guess you would call them. We have those running underneath us everywhere. So I mean, we could be using those in connection with the wind catchers and
for cooling.
Be using less energy, whatever, since we don't have free energy.
They used cooling, it for three things. They used it for ventilation, for air, for fresh air. They used it for cooling, and they used it for heating. They used it for all three. They used it for moving air, and then they would change the temperatures in different ways. I've seen different ways of doing it.
You change the direction of the wind catchers, or when the wind changes direction or something, you got to use the different side of the wind of the wind catcher to either draw out the air to create that low pressure to move the heat in or the cold in. It's pretty fascinating.
And they use the portholes and the opening windows to regulate how much air went into different rooms. That when you open those windows, it created a more flow, less flow. And it was a way of, it was your temperature control, your air control. And that's why the portholes aren't
even on the side of the tower where the wind, like if the wind's coming from this direction, if you open the one on this side of the tower, the wind passing by will create the Kawanda effect or whatever, which will draw the air out, and it'll use the ventilation system that way. And if you have the Knots system or whatever with the underground, the water flow or whatever, you could use it as a freezer.
Right. Yeah. They could even keep ice down there, if I remember correctly.
They definitely stored food there. Yeah.
What an amazing technology. And people don't even, I think that those big towers you see on a lot of these old buildings, I think that's part of the system. I don't think that's all it did, but I think the wind catchers were included in those. I think that was actually, they had these door systems that were up there too. That I saw one where it was like the ceiling was like, imagine a ceiling with a bunch of different boxes around the ceiling, and depending on which lever you pulled, it would pull open part of that box, and it would let different airflows into different parts of the building. And it's just crazy technology, and we think we're so smart. We really, our technology is really so antiquated, and it's also so harmful to nature. And we think we're so high tech.
Yeah, even though, don't worry everybody, it's being recycled. There's no climate change or anything. All the stuff we can do to this place, it's not going to hurt it.
Yeah.
We don't want to continue to, we don't want to, take that for granted, but
Well,
We definitely have a renewable system here.
I think we can do a lot better. It's not what they tell us. I mean, the whole climate. I mean, the whole global warming. That's all bullshit. But yeah, I think we can definitely do better. I mean, it's like the plastics in the ocean and the smog in the air. I mean, I remember going to New York and when I smoked, and it was the one place I didn't want to smoke. I couldn't breathe. It was horrible.
Yeah, the one place I didn't like smoking was Texas because it was so damn humid. Now, for some reason, my cigarette was like wet right away. It felt like.
I went to San Antonio and it was really hot, but it wasn't it wasn't humid. It was like 125 degrees, but it wasn't bad. It was like if you were in the shade, you were good to go. I don't know, it's a weird heat. We got that humid heat here. It's horrible. I hate it. It sticks to you. Can't stand humidity. It's the worst thing ever.
It does get hot here. It's supposed to be getting cold here this next week.
I like the cold. I can deal with my boss hates cold. Like it'll be like 60 degrees and he's like, "Oh my God, it's so cold." I'm like, "Oh, this is awesome. This is wonderful. It feels so good." Kind of like chimney flues. Yeah. I think the chimneys were the old world chimneys. I think were part of the wind catchers that was part of that system. I think they had some sort of resonators to do with Ed Arndine's that they were there and
yeah.
That reminded me of a story. I don't know if I can tell that story. I'll have to ask if I can tell that story. That I got a really good story. I'll have to ask about that. That reminds me of something. Sometimes a lot of people tell me a lot of interesting things, but it's you got to be careful. So not everything is for public consumption. A lot of people know things that they
sure.
let out into the public, which I'm fully in agreement that it'd be nice if we could just share everything, but we can't. We have to protect these ideas sometimes. There's just too much at stake. But we don't have all the answers.
Oh, of course not.
I'm a big Oak Island fan. I'm really interested in that research, and that's something.
Into what? What was it?
Oak Island, the Oak Island mystery or Oak Island treasure. I don't know, different ways of saying it, but that's something I just recently went in and rewatched because season 11 just came out. I spent the last couple months rewatching season 1 through 10 so that I could be up to speed and up to date and have a fresh mind as to what has transpired. And it was really awesome to watch all those episodes back to back because there was a lot I had forgotten. But they have found so much there. It's unbelievable. And if you have any questions that we were here in America prior to Columbus, just go look into Oak Island because they've absolutely 100% proved it. There's no question that we were definitely here before Columbus. Go again.
What, in 1492?
Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. They have found absolute proof that there was definitely people here prior to Columbus. I mean, it's fascinating stuff. I don't want to give it away. It's like what all stuff they found because it's fun to do the research yourself, and look into it.
I hear you.
It's definitely something I like to spend time watching, and they're on season 11 now, and
that was another one that I heard about. Black Tom. You ever heard of that?
Yeah. Yep.
You heard of that?
Yeah. So that's the
Okay.
I'm trying to refocus to remember the whole details.
When did you learn? When did you learn about that?
Hold on a minute, let me look it up and refresh real quick. But yes, I have heard of that.
When did you learn that, though? You think?
That okay, that was in okay, yeah, Black Tom. Oh gosh, I learned about that. It's been a long time. I don't know. It's been a long time. That's about
Okay,
the thing over there.
so from what I understand, that was another Mandela effect, and that was one that also you can also the people that used to go up in the torch. You know,
right,
when you used to be able to go up into the torch. Like I remember
right.
when I was younger, it seems like I remember people going up there, but evidently ever since 1916, when this Black Tom, two German terrorists or whatever came and whatever they did, I don't even remember. But since then, nobody's been allowed to go up in the torch. But we remember a bunch of people going up there and taking pictures and all kinds of shit.
I don't remember if they went up there or not, but I remember. Well, well originally yes, but I remember when they changed the light, the torch. I remember that. But I don't remember when they stopped going up there. At least from my memory, like I don't like. I did hear about. I don't remember when I heard about the Black Tom. I don't remember. I never really found it that interesting. Like I don't know. That one didn't. It wasn't. It didn't strike me. It was interesting, but it just wasn't super. I don't know. Sometimes things get a hold of you and don't, and sometimes they don't. I don't know. That one just didn't. It's interesting, but not like
Yeah, I mean it's somewhat insignificant, man.
that. And that might it's like where do you go from there? It's like I don't know. I just didn't. I went into it, came out of it, and then I moved on. But what do you say? You're saying there's a Mandela effect? Or are you talking about the Statue of Liberty thing? Is that
Yeah, that's the same situation. I thought.
oh okay.
Maybe I heard that wrong. I thought that from that incident in 1916, whatever those two German terrorists blew up. I need to be more researched on the topic before I talk about it, honestly. But from what I remember, the two German terrorists blew something up, and now that caused people not to be able to ever go back up into the torch to tour it.
Didn't that have something to do with Ellis Island too? Or am I remembering wrong?
Yeah, Ellis Island is what people would say Statue of Liberty is on. You know, that it's on Ellis Island, but no, it's Liberty Island.
I didn't remember that one. I don't know if it seems like the Statue of Liberty was always there. I'm not so sure they built that when they said they built it, but I don't know.
Or the DEA. What's the DEA to you? What does that stand for?
DEA,
Yeah,
Drug Enforcement Agency.
Yeah, it's never been agency, but everybody remembers that agency. It's Drug
What?
Enforcement Administration.
Huh.
Pretty weird, right?
I hadn't heard that one. No, no, that's a new one. See, that's what it's constant. Go ahead and talk. I need to go put some wood on the fire real quick. I'll be back.
Yeah,
I'm
no,
listening.
Yeah, and another one was a cemetery. These are just the ones that I had written down. Cemetery. I would spell it CEMETARY. That's how I always remember spelling it, but that is misspelled now because it's cemetery. CEMETERY. And of course, I'm not making any definitive statement on why or how any of this crap's happening, but it's interesting to note. And then you got Gandhi, with the H after the G. Gandhi, that's how I remember it spelled. And it's actually G and HI, Gandhi, with the H at the end now. And then the biggest one that I remember singing songs about the lion and the lamb when I was in church. Like I told you guys, I used to go to church back in the day when I was a kid. And we would sing the lion and the lamb. Isaiah 11:6. It says something like, in the end times or whatever, the lion will lay with the lamb. And it's not that at all anymore. It's supposedly the wolf and the lamb. And I looked it up in the Bible, and sure enough, it's the wolf and the lamb. But that's all I had about the Mandela stuff. I thought that was interesting enough to write down. Oh yeah, and Forrest Gump, life is like a box of chocolates. It's actually, life was like a box of chocolates. So that's all I got, Beagle. I hope you're rushing back. What else do I have?
That ain't all you got.
I'm sure I got more.
Tell me the one about Gandhi again, because tell me that one again. Gandhi.
Yeah, how would you spell Gandhi? It's Ghandi. That's how I've always spelled it.
I thought it was G-A.
And if you look it up right,
I don't know. I thought it was G-A in. That's the way I remember it. G-A.
G-A?
G-A-N. That's the way.
Yeah, if you look it up, it's G-A.
What is it? What was it? I remember G-A. Yeah.
It's Gandhi right now.
Yeah, that's the way I remember it. I remember when I remember when that movie came out in theaters, and it was horrible. I was a little boy, and we went to see it, and halfway through, I just walked out and sat outside and waited in the lobby. It was horrible. That movie was horrible.
What movie?
Gandhi. There was a movie called Gandhi.
Oh, wow.
It was long. When you're a kid, you don't understand stuff like that. But that was the way it was. I'm a latchkey kid, so the latchkey kids, we kind of, I don't know, we had a weird. If you're a latchkey kid, you know what I'm talking about. You do weird things, but one of the things was that I was taken to because my mother wanted to go to movies that were R-rated, and we couldn't afford a babysitter. She would just take me to the R-rated movies. And so I distinctly remember watching Platoon when I was little and not understanding anything about it. And I remember my mom crying. It was like she was bawling. I'm like, I don't get it. They're just playing war,
Oh, wow.
And then we went to Gandhi, and it was like, I hate this. This is awful. Can I go outside? Yes. And another one she took me to was, and I shit you not now, this is true story. She took me to see a movie called Ran, R-A-N, about samurais. And when it came out, it was X-rated because of the violence.
That spells Ran.
Yeah, R-A-N. And I think it's pronounced Ron, though. And we went to this movie it was like an art house movie theater, and it was rated X. And I actually went to see this movie and it was so graphically violent. It was horrible. I was a little kid, but that was the way we rolled. That's latchkey kids. We got to do things that were not regulated. Like, I don't know. It was a different time. This is before PG-13 and before, I don't know. Now everything's so pampered, and everything.
Well, I remember back when I was younger, my pops he'd watch rated R movies, I guess, but when if any boobs came up or something, he'd tell me to turn my head, of course, he'd looked out for me. But we weren't too censored.
I remember distinctly the first time seeing nudity on TV or on TV, but on a movie was the movie Stripes with Bill Murray, and they had the scene
Uh-huh.
in there, and we were kids, and we were left alone, and we got a hold of the HBO, and boy, we were so fascinated with that. You grew up fast in those days. It was just a different time. You had to in order to survive. You had to you had to learn to survive. We did things back then that just today parents would just, I don't know, they would not like we wanted a skateboard ramp, we'd build it. We wouldn't, I don't know, there was no like
Yes. Yeah,
legality.
we built a few of them.
It was good times though. I mean, I think I liked those those days. They were good days. Just
I enjoyed being outside, hanging out and playing tag and whatever else we'd be getting into, and I wouldn't have to be in until the street lights came on or my mom whistled. That was the best.
Absolutely. And even then, it was like you got home and it's like, oh, you left. Like, I don't know. It's like we were just, there was the kids and there was the parents, and there was not a conversation happening in between. I mean, we were separate. It was weird. It was good. It was a weird time. I don't know. Oh, Maggot saying,
and now kids.
We used to have
dirt
clod fights with rocks, rocks in them, and so we'd throw rocks at each other and shoot BBs at each other with BB guns. I mean, just stupid stuff, but I don't know. We survived it. Throwing stars at each other, and I don't know. I don't know. It's a different world back then. I think everything's so pampered now. Everybody's.
I remember one time at this apartment complex, and I was standing there and I was bored, and I picked up this rock or whatever, and I was playing with this rock in my hand, and I seen this kid, and he was probably he had to be like 200 feet away from me, maybe farther. You know what I mean? He was a good distance away from me. It was a long way. And I looked at the rock in my hand and I was thinking to myself, there's no way I'm going to hit him, So I'm good. I'm safe. All good, And then I just chucked it. I threw it and it bounced along the ground once, twice, 3 times, and then hit him straight in the forehead. And he was crying so hard, dude. I felt so bad. But initially I was like, dude, there's no way I'm going to hit him. You know what I mean? So I'm not out here throwing rocks at people. I'm like, okay, well, I don't even know what I was thinking. Maybe I was throwing rocks at people after all, but I didn't mean to hurt him,
Oh, we used to have a plum tree behind my house. And in order to get to the plums, you had to climb up a wood stack onto a shed and then climb across the shed and then pull the plums off the tree. You had to hang over the side. And there was this little kid one day that lived across the street. And I said, get up there and get me a plum, being a bully to him, trying to get me a plum. That's just how you roll back then. And, the bigger kids picked on the little kids, and then, the bigger kids would pick on me. It was like, it was like a hierarchy of pain. But this kid was littler than me, so I could tell him, go do this. So he went up, climbed up the wood stack, and he reached up, and it was the first time the plums had been good that year. And I didn't know this, but this was the way it went was the shed was in the neighbor's yard. And so I didn't know the guy had done this, but when the kid crawled up there and put his hand up like this to jump up on the shed, the guy had put a 2x4 up on top of the shed with a nail sticking up, and the kid put the nail through his hand. And so he comes back up, and he's screaming and yelling. And I'm like, well, did you get the plum? Anyways, they taped his arm and they took him to the hospital to take the nail out. And then years later, probably about 5 years later, I was at this other kid's house and he had gotten a Nintendo 64 or something like that, or Nintendo, whatever the game was. And we were playing that, and there was a couple other kids there, and we were joking around as boys do, and we started telling war stories, and I was telling these kids about this story about this kid climbing up to get the plum, and he put the nail through his hand, and all of a sudden this kid's face goes like white, and he's like, "Man, that was me. That really hurt." And it was that kid. I'm like, "Oh,
Oh wow, no way. That's crazy.
Oh,
Right?
do you remember? Did you ever ride bikes, BMX bikes?
Not too much, but yeah, I fell off my share of them.
Okay. Well, have you ever heard of a trick called an endo? It's where you would you break the front wheel and you pop the bike up on the front wheel and you just kind of go forward and then you come back down. And sometimes they swing the bike around. Well, I saw a kid do it and I'm like, "What is that?" And he's like, "Oh, that's an endo." And I was like, he was a bigger kid. And here's the hierarchy coming into play. I'm like, "Well, how do you do that?" He goes, "Oh, all you do is you ride real fast and then push your foot, the toes of your foot in between the wheel and the frame." And I'm like, "Oh, okay." And I learned from me, don't do that. Because I got going and I put my foot in between that frame and that wheel and I went wham. Boom, 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 boom. And I just skidded across the concrete, man.
Wow.
So you're not supposed to do it with your foot. You're supposed to do it with the brake. But I have a brake.
Yeah. You're supposed to have a finesse to it also. Not just slam it on, right?
But I always love stuff like skateboarding and bikes and stuff like that. I always love that.
Back in Oklahoma where I grew up, my grandparents' house, there was this driveway and it had a pretty good slope to it to go to the road, And I used to start at the top on my bike and I would go down and I would always turn to the left and I would fall every time. Fall. I just fucking fall every time. I probably did it like 7-8 times until I finally stopped doing whatever I was doing or whatever. But I've like 7-8 times, man. I have scars. I have scars from that.
Jeez. Well, first time I learned to ride
and then one time I thought I was really cool and I thought I was going to be able to stop before the back of this van. And I slammed right up against the back of the van. It was hilarious.
Oh, when I got my first bike. My first bike was a banana bike. I don't know if you remember those in the 70s. It was red and it had a white seat and it had a orange flag or a white fiberglass antenna with an orange flag, and that fiberglass antenna would get in your hands. It hurt so bad. And then my second bike was a Huffy. It was heavy as the devil, and that Huffy I thought that was cool. And then but when I didn't have I had training wheels on my banana bike, but then on my Huffy I didn't have training wheels. I had to learn so we got out on the road and it was a downhill, it was just a slight downhill. It was a nice little downhill, it wasn't bad or anything. And so my mom ran beside the bike and she let go, and I with that momentum down the hill, it was perfect. I got going and I learned real quick. And I rode and I'm like, I'm doing it. And I turned the corner and I'm going. And then I realized I'm going too fast, but she had forgot to tell me how to stop. So then I got going really fast and I ran right into a bush and just got, nasty with a bush.
Yeah. Those were fun times, man. Fun times.
They were good. They were really good. That was good days. You know, we didn't have the internet and the TV and crap like you weren't allowed to watch TV during the day. If you were inside watching TV, you better have the flu or something. But we would go
Yeah.
outside and play cowboys and Indians or cops and robbers or war. Or we were always in our imagination. I used to ride my bike.
I remember.
like I was a bus, man. I'd stop at the stop signs and pull open the door, and I'd ride my bike and then stop at I mean, dude, we were imaginative.
I remember a badass game that we used to play in the apartments with all the apartment kids or whatever. And I think we called it like Ghost in the Graveyard or some kind of whatever name we had for it. But anyway, one person would be it, and then you go around and you try to find people. The next person you find is it with you until you got a group of people looking for that one person at the end. You know what I mean? That was the most fun.
Cool.
It was great.
That does sound cool. We had a lake trail behind our apartments, and there was a dip, a thing that went off the side of the trail that was really a big ditch, and we built this rope swing. You could swing out into the woods, and if you messed up and let go, you fell down into the woods and the briars and everything. I got so tore up doing that. But it was
Reminds me of a bridge to Terabithia type of situation.
Bridge.
You remember? Have you ever read that?
I've heard of that. What is that?
It's a book. Back in the day, it's this boy or whatever. He moves to this new farm, and then he meets this girl from down the road, and they have their own little special place that they go to. That's across this little river or something. It's like their own little island spot.
Oh, it's a movie.
Mainstream took that movie and they pretty much ruined the book. Honestly, I read that book a couple times, and in nowhere there's creatures and whatever the hell fantasy crap they put in there or whatever. But they go over there and they have a blast. They have their own world or whatever, and the girl ends up dying because he goes over to go look for her or whatever. He can't find her, and she's hung on the damn rope, you know. So I experienced loss with that book way early. Like, wow. Man, you know, they were like perfect together. You know what I mean? They were great. They had a great time together and stuff. And
I've heard of that before, but I've never read it or seen the movie or anything. When you said it, I was like, well, I've heard of that before, but I've never seen it. I think what I was thinking of, there was a book I read.
The rope swing reminded me of it. Go ahead.
Well, that's what when I told my story and it reminded you of that story, I thought you were talking about a book that I read a while back that was about a guy who moves to a town near Jacksonville, Florida. It was on the St. Johns River, and they had this thing where they would make rope swings in the trees, and they would swing around. It was based on a true story, I think. And I've never been able to find that book again. I always wanted to read that book again because it was really interesting. If anybody knows what that book is, I've tried to find it. What? I wrote it. I don't know what this is. Oh man. But yeah, that I rope swings. I took it, when we went to this lake, like what you call it, like a lakeside water park, but it was like not a big thing. It was like a homemade kind of thing. And they had this 4-story zip line, and you got up there, and the guy said, I looked down, and I'm not afraid of heights, and I looked down, I'm like, okay, no problem. And I went to get it, and as I'm getting ready to leave the platform, the guy says, now when you leave the platform, you're going to drop, so hang on tight. But he's saying it as I'm going off, and I didn't understand what he was saying because I was a little scared. And when I dropped it, that initial jerk, it scared me, and I let go, and I fell 4 stories and then belly flopped. I didn't do that again.
Dang.
That hurt.
Wow.
I have cliff jump before. There was a I used to have a friend back in the 90s. He was a Navy SEAL, real interesting guy. And we went to a place up in Virginia, and we went up on this. There was a that our friend, we took a, he had a, my friend, his dad was real wealthy and let us come up to his lake house once a year. And we went up there this one time, and we took the pontoon boat to this place where they have a cliff and you could cliff dive. And we got there, it's like 60 foot tall, and everybody's like, hell no, we ain't doing that. And I'm like, no, hell yeah, we are. Of course, I've been drinking all day. And so I jumped off the boat and swum over there. And of course, because I did it, Joey had to do it. He was my Navy SEAL friend, and he jumps in and he swim. Of course, he's a Navy SEAL. He swam right past me. And we get up there, and he climbs all the way to the top before I could like get halfway up the rock. And so finally I get up there, and he's up there looking, he's like, I'm not going to do it. I'm like, you're a pussy. And I jumped. And man, that was so crazy. I'm like, but it was really cool. Then he jumped.
I've jumped off of a few structures myself.
Yeah. It's a hell of a feeling. I liked it. It was pretty fun.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I can never bring myself. I can never bring myself to do any kind of like backflipping or twisting or anything like that. I just kept it straight. Jumping in, maybe at a lower altitude, I might do a little front flippy type of thing.
Maybe. I wouldn't even I might do it off a diving board, like the flip thing, but I wasn't ever too big into that. I'm not big flip person anyways, even on like a trampoline or something. But that stuff, like I've eaten lunch sitting off the top of high-rise buildings, and I'm just sitting up there eating my lunch, looking every side. I mean, I don't know, the heights doesn't bother me. I remember one time I was climbing. I bought how do I explain this? A baseball stadium was doing a remodel, and they sold me I bought all the audio video equipment out of it because they had all this gear in there for doing the baseball. And there was these speakers that were up on the 60-foot tower, and they were JBL speakers, and the cabinets were crap because they'd been outside, but the speakers had been protected. And so the speakers were still good. So I was going to get these speakers out of these boxes, but I had to climb this tower at 60 feet tall. And I had my worker with me, and I sent him up first. And he climbed up the tower. And then I'm about halfway climbing up the tower. So I'm about 30 feet off the ground. And all of a sudden I hear, watch out, heads up. And I look up, and a hammer goes right past my head. And just literally, I could feel the air of it going past my nose. Oh, man. Talk about pissing yourself. I'm looking at what we got going on here in chat. Joe will be back. I can fly. Wait. No. I'm trying to read your say. I can fly. I just need more room. I seem to hit things. Yeah. That's funny. That's crazy. Oh my gosh. Talking about my friend Joey, he going back to the Navy SEAL thing. He was actually, his job, he was in the Navy SEALs during the first Iraq war, and his job, I don't even know if a lot of people even know about this, but what he did during that war was he dove. They put him underwater somehow, and he used some kind of I don't know what you call these things, but it's a thing that pulls you along. It's kind of like a little propel thing that you hold on to. And he went underwater up to the coastline of Iraq, And what they did was they set bombs, underwater bombs in underwater. Because I don't know if you know, but Navy SEALs are also explosives people. And so they set these bombs off. And the idea was that the Iraqis would think that we were coming in over here because the bombs are going off, and they would run over there, and then the military would come in and flank them. So that's what he did during the Iraq War. And then he got his honorable discharge because he was down. Some of y'all may know something about this story. But they went into going from memory. He told me this a long time ago. They went into a country, I believe, I want to say South America. It was down south. Guatemala. Anyways, they went in, and the idea was that they were supposed to come in on the up on the beach, and they were supposed to sneak across a tarmac, and they were supposed to extract a man. And the problem is that they got bad CIA intelligence, and they knew they were coming. And so when they started running, the SEAL team started running across the tarmac, they opened fire on them. And the guy on his left and the guy on his right both got killed, and he got shot in the legs. And so he then got out. I don't remember the rest of the story, but that was an operation he was involved in. But that's why he was no longer in the Navy. It tore his legs up. But those guys are amazing, absolutely amazing what they do. Not saying war is good. It's
Yeah,
not,
I agree. I have a buddy that was in that didn't come back, and got a couple other friends that still suffer from kind of what they've seen over there and stuff like that. But they do stick together, which is a good thing. They have a good community of people that have gone through the same shit, and I love that for them.
Trying to think, what in the first Iraq War, what was that road where they burned out the whole road, burned all the bodies on the road. Anyways, a friend of mine, he from high school, he was in the first Iraq War, and he actually walked that road. It was shown in that movie Jarhead. They talked about and showed that in the movie Jarhead, but he actually was there when that happened. That's messed up. Okay, what we got? How y'all doing in the chat?
Yeah.
What's going on, Kim Ray? How you doing? Mr. Bryce, how you doing? Still got Maggot and DN and Hippie Shake. We're just making a day of it, hanging out, and what are you guys in the chat thankful for? What do y'all have anything you're grateful for? You have gratitude for that you're thankful for today? I know a lot of you aren't in America, and it's not a holiday other than for us, but and it's not really much of a holiday for us either anymore. But what are you guys thankful for? Hey, Secret Look, Jesus, what's going on? Yeah, we're just up here running our mouths, just talking about whatever comes to mind, and anthrax.
Yeah, I got about 20 minutes left in me, I think. Hey, let me come back in real quick. It's doing the audio thing again. I'll be right back.
Anthrax. Yeah, it's interesting that back after 9/11 Luna, they had the anthrax, and everybody talks about the anthrax attacks, but then they never look at the fact that the anthrax was actually military grade, and there was only one place it could have come from. It was, military, anthrax. So, like, hello, who do you think did that? Oh man. Let's see. I do a gratitude list every day. That's pretty cool. I think, you know, life can get you down, and it make it hard to be grateful for what you have. But I think it's good to, you know, really assess, you know, quite regularly what we are thankful for, we have gratitude for, because I mean, it could be a lot worse. Even though we're living in a hard time, I mean, we do have a lot to be grateful for, and it's gonna get better, y'all. I mean, we're at the tail end of a long cycle that is ready to flip to a new beginning, at least for some of us. I mean, a lot of us are not going to have that new beginning. They're going to have to continue on the terrible, you know, road we're on now until they get it right. But for a lot of us, it is going to change. A lot of you are going to make this transition to, you know, the 5D reality that's coming, and it's already here. It's just a matter of waiting for it to lock into place. But you know, try, you know, it's like the little train, you know, I think I can, I think I can, I think I can. That's kind of the attitude you need to have, is I think I can transition to 5D. I think I can transition to 5D. You know, not I don't know how to do that, or I don't know what to do, or just do something. Just look at the things that are in your life that need to be changed and try to change something. Just try that, you know, just
Yeah, everybody can do something.
something. I mean, anything. Just do one thing, you know, one thing today. One thing. Don't try to save the world today. Don't try to make your life perfect today. Just try to do one thing. I don't even know that everybody has something different. Take one less drink, take one less smoke, take one less toke, take one less pill, eat one better thing. Do one little bit of research. Look into something you haven't wanted to look into. Turn the telescope upside down.
I am eating pie right now.
Ooh, pie's good. I like pie. That's another thing, is that you don't have to, you know, there's people think that to go on a spiritually enlightened path, that you have to give up everything that you like. I mean, I'm 51 years old. If I want a piece of pie, I'm going to have a damn piece of pie, and that's going to be that, and you're just going to kiss my ass. Is that spiritually enlightened? Probably not. Do I care?
Right.
No. What's more, you know, better to try to be this perfect being, which you're never going to be, or just to try to enjoy and be grateful that you have a piece of pie? You know, I'm grateful for you know, all of you today.
I'm enjoying, and I'm grateful for that right now.
Absolutely. That's wonderful. It's absolutely wonderful. Anytime a good time for pie. Yeah. I was talking to somebody recently that say that in their country they don't eat a lot of pie, and that's a shame, because pie is so good. There's so many.
And I don't mean to eat pie in front of everybody while we're on the stream or whatever, but it is a Thanksgiving stream, so
Exactly.
you know.
Matter of fact, I think
I'll be all right.
I got these the other day, and I don't know what's in these things, but they are incredible. They're so good. They're little strawberry candies. Little strawberry candies. They come in these little.
Oh, okay.
I don't know what's in them.
Oh yeah, those are so good. They got the stuff in the middle of them.
Yes. You get halfway through and they get chewy, and they're so good. And people hate when I do this, but I like doing it. Every time I do this, like,
I
you
remember
shouldn't do things on camera. You know what I got to say to that? I mean, seriously. I mean, I really don't.
there's like aspartame and shit in there. No, I don't know.
I really don't know. I don't think there is, but that's good.
But yeah, some pie, and I made some of them pumpkin spice cookies, and I put my own white chocolate chips. I added my own white chocolate chips, so they're even that much better. So good.
Oh, that's cool. Those look good.
But normally I try not to eat stuff like this, but this is my kryptonite or whatever.
Kryptonite, yeah. I hear. You know what I like? I don't get it much, but have you ever had Cherry Garcia ice cream?
I think so. Yeah.
That's like pure crack to me. That's good stuff. Good stuff. Oh, we had a baby goat born yesterday. I showed it at the beginning of this video. He was so cute. They're so tiny.
I had two Nigerian dwarf goats once
Yeah.
when I lived in Pahrump, Nevada,
Mhm.
just about an hour outside of Vegas. But they just pee everywhere, and they poop their little droplets all over the place, and they bring flies like crazy. I did not enjoy it. And they're Nigerian dwarf goats. They don't give you any kind of, and they were males, so they didn't give any kind of milk or anything like that. You know,
I've been
they
wanting
just lick their own.
They got goats that jump, that bounce on trampolines. I want some of those. They're so cool.
The what now?
I don't know what they're called, but they're like tiny goats that jump. That they like to bounce on trampolines. I don't know what some kind of goat.
I've seen them. I've seen that.
Maggot says he's been surrounded by candy wrappers. Maggot's a car. At least Maggot has his britches on today.
Yeah, good to see you, Maggot.
That's an inside joke. He knows what I'm talking about. No, we got a good crowd here. Yeah, we this community can be a lot better. I'm hoping that what I'm hoping is, and I know this is kind of fucked up to say, but I'm hoping that this community implodes, that we cut each other's throats, and we all rise above this bullshit that's been going on. It's not. It's everywhere. It's all across the board. I'm watching behind the scenes and just watching this transpire. And it's quite comical once you step back from it, which is what I've done. I've just stepped back and observed now, and it's actually quite comical because you see that no side is right. Nobody's getting anywhere. It's all falling apart, and eventually it's going to create something new. And I think that's good. So let them.
Isn't that the law of entropy, right?
Sounds right.
Everything is leading towards chaos or something.
Yeah, I mean it's like the yin yang. It's it's a balance. The light and the dark. You can't you have to have the light and the dark. It's like I heard people talking the other day about why we don't need darkness in the world, and that is so limiting on their thought. You don't you don't have a fucking choice, people. There's darkness in this world. You don't have it's the way the universe works. There's light and there's dark. There's positive and there's negative. Okay, there's
duality.
There's duality. You cannot get around this. You cannot have an all wonderful, beautiful light world. You know why? Because if everything was light, you would see nothing but light. You wouldn't experience shit. You would experience light. That's it. There would be nothing but light. It's boring.
You would have nothing to discern one from the other.
Yeah, and vice versa. If you had only dark, you wouldn't have any light, and all you would have was dark. Would you want to sit in a void of darkness with nothing? No, you wouldn't. It'd be boring. Nobody would ever want to incarnate into that universe. We have to have both. It's not a matter of do we need it or not. We don't have a choice. It's here. It's how the system works. You can't change the system. You can't. It is what it is. Now you can head towards more of a light consciousness, a more light life, a better life, a more positive life. You can head towards that. You can aim for that. You can go towards that. But you can't just have a light life, a positive life, a wonderful, beautiful life. It's got to have some shit in it. You've got to wipe your ass, people.
Yeah.
It's a nasty process, but it's got to happen.
Hopefully with a wipey too, because we're in 2023. They make wipies. You know what I mean? It gets you cleaner.
And then they flush them. And you know about that.
Yeah, no, and that's fine. That helps us out as plumbers.
Exactly.
But no, this has been fun, man. I'm glad we got the chance to do this, brother.
Me too. I've had a good time. I've been so busy at work. I've really not been able to. I've had to focus. See, I'm on the tail end of getting my medical shit taken care of. And the problem is the back end is the most expensive. So it's gotten worse and worse and worse as I've gone. And so now I'm at the very tail end of it, and it's the worst of the worst. And so I've literally been saving for months to get this stuff done. And so hopefully in December I'll have everything finished, and then I can hopefully do more YouTube. I've literally been working so hard. I just have not had the energy to do shit with YouTube. And that's another thing I would like to say. Excuse me, I'm enjoying my candy, but there's a lot of talk out there right now about grifters and people talking shit about people making money on what they're doing on YouTube. And here's what I got to say about that. When I wasn't working very much, I could do a lot of YouTube and I enjoyed it, but it didn't pay the fucking bills. Okay. It didn't put food on my plate. So then when I got to feeling better and I could go to work, it's really hard to work and come home and then do YouTube. Okay. So these people that are trying to make a living off YouTube, please cut them some slack, because what they're trying to do is they're trying to make a living doing YouTube. Now, are they going to bring the perfect content every time? No. Are they going to do better content because that's all they do? No. But if they go to work to try to pay their bills, they're not going to be able to bring you shit because they're going to be at work. They're going to be too tired, like I am, to come in and make videos and do live streams. So cut them some fucking slack. Okay, if you don't like what they're doing, just turn the fucking channel. It ain't none of your fucking business. Okay, they're trying to do the best they can, okay, to pay their bills, to put food on their plate, and bring you content that's interesting. They're trying to do the best research they can. Do they get it right every time? Hell no. Do I get it right every time? Hell no. Okay, but they're doing the best they can. Give them a fucking break. If you don't like what they're doing, just turn your back. If they're lying and they're full of shit, make a video and prove it, okay? And make it known, okay? And then shut the fuck up and let the people decide, okay? But don't sit there and pound these people all the time, because you're just making yourself look stupid. And just stop the shit. It's if you sit there and you're talking shit about everybody and anybody all the time, okay, you're not doing the universe any good. Okay, you're making it worse. Okay, these people are just trying to make a living. Okay, and I can say this because I'm not making my living on YouTube. I will fucking assure you this. Okay, I make a little on YouTube, but it does not even pay the bills to do the YouTube. So it doesn't matter. Okay, but I do it for the love and enjoyment of doing it, of what I do. But there's other people out there. They're trying to make their living off this, and there's a lot of people out there attacking them. And mind your own fucking business, would you?
I would love.
Seriously.
Now, I would love to spend more. I would love to spend more time creating videos and actually learning how to edit better and stuff like that. But I have to, work. And if it was the other way around, if I was able to, do what I love, which is research things and be able to present. Which I'm not a good presenter yet, but if I was, then what you're saying, I'm on board with that. I mean, you got to support what's. I mean, that's one thing that I have heard said before. If you don't support what you love, it will go away, and that is pretty true.
Yeah, I mean, if you like what somebody's doing, if you can afford to help support them. Look, let me tell you guys a little short story. Is several years ago I was very sick. Okay, I had some very serious medical conditions. Okay, and one of the viewers on YouTube reached out to me and helped me get the healing financially that I needed. And I would not be here today. I would be fucking dead if this person hadn't reached out to me. Okay. So stop complaining about people getting support on the internet because you don't like what they're doing. Okay. Because these people, myself, and I, maybe I don't make my living on YouTube, but I would also be dead without this YouTube. Okay. It saved my fucking life. Okay. So you got to give these guys a break. I understand some of them maybe not doing the best content, but you know what? If people enjoy their content and they want to support them, it ain't none of your damn business. Okay, it's none of your business. If people want to throw their money at Archaics, okay, because they enjoy his content, it is what it is. Do I agree that Archaics is the second coming of Christ? No. But if people want to support him, support him. And I'm not talking about Archaics here. I'm just using him as an example. Okay. If you like people and you can and you want to support them. If you don't want to support them, if you don't like them, just shut the fuck up. Nobody cares. It's none of your fucking business. Okay. But I'm here because one of you, and you know who you are, reached out to me, helped me, and saved my fucking life. And thank you. Thank you. And if you've been around here long enough, you know who that is and you appreciate them just as much as I do. Okay? So, anyways, thank you, all of you. So, I really appreciate you hanging out with us tonight. I'm probably gonna we're probably gonna head on. I think we've been going. I don't know how long we've been going since 2.
I think 5 hours.
Yeah,
we're coming up on 5 anyway.
Yeah, I think that's pretty.
It's a healthy stream for sure. And then as you're saying this, and before you close, I will say thank you to everybody else for joining us and who will be watching this later. We had fun just hanging out, talking to each other. And thank you, Beaks, for having me. And definitely appreciate your friendship. Despite what the community looks like sometimes, we can all get past our little bull crap that we have going on in our heads and it's in other people's heads, and we can make something realistic out of all this stuff. So thank you.
I've always wanted to have you on. Of course, we had a different plan. I always wanted to. We were building a kind of a series of things that I was going to have you present all at one time, and it just didn't materialize like we wanted. But then I realized I never did give you your chance to be on here, and I always wanted that. And then I got busy with work, and it was just the right thing.
This is definitely something that Yeah, it's definitely something that has kind of been a long time in the making for sure. And I don't think I would have been ready for something like this before, but I feel like, being awake a little bit longer and knowing a little more now, that
I think you're a
I'm
lot
almost
more
like a
ready than you
veteran now.
realize.
So
You're a lot. Joe's a very smart guy, and I realized that a long time ago, and I definitely I reached out to him because I saw his potential a long time ago. Um, but I definitely
yeah, for
think he's gonna do big things in the future. Give him some encouragement. Go give him a check out his channel. Give him a sub. Watch a video and drop a like, drop a comment, and check him out. And he'll be when he gets ready. He'll do more. Right now he's kind of in a transition phase in his life, and that's okay. We have to go through these transitions. And once he's through that transition, then he'll come. I don't know what he's going to do in the future. And I don't think he knows, but when he does get there, I think it'll be good. So give him time.
I
Give him
got
a
an
chance.
idea.
He's got an idea. So
I got a few ideas. We'll see.
I think you do, and I think you'll be fine, and I think everything's going to work out great for you. And much love to Nikki too. So let's not forget Nikki. But I tell you
Right.
what,
Yeah.
uh, we're gonna close out here, but let me give you a little rundown. I'm going to share a little mini concert here with you that I have beagleized. So if you have it and you want to strike it up, fire it up right now. It'll definitely be enjoyable for you. I know some of you out there, I've got my eyes on you, like to toke up a little bit, but strike it up and fire it up and enjoy yourselves. This is a band that I spent a lot of time with. I did a lot of, they were good friends of mine, and they were, I set up a lot of stages with them and spent a lot of time with them behind the scenes and even played with them at times. And they're not a well-known band, but they have had a lot of success in life. They've been on MTV. They know more famous people than most people. They're well respected in the music industry. They have been toured around the world. They are considered one of the founding shoegaze bands in the world. They're an underground band that was really popular in New York for a while. They used a different name. They used the name Apollo Heights at that time. But they are very, very good musicians. And so I'm going to share them with you a little bit. When I started my channel showing this band. I've showed them throughout the years. But they are now starting to do bigger things again. They had some rough waters because they broke their record contract years ago, and it really hurt them financially. But they're starting to get tracks. They just this past month they opened for the Violent Femmes. If you know who those are, who that band is. But they have played with some of the biggest bands in the world. They used to play shows with Corrosion of Conformity, and if you know who they are the opening band for Metallica for many years. These guys are seasoned fucking veterans of music, and they make some really cool shit. And they are a live band. But this is kind of a special showing that they did for the city of Raleigh. They did a special videotaping for them, so it's a little bit different than their normal flair. But if you ever get a chance to see the Velt in concert, I think you'd really enjoy that band. And they're on tour now. And so check them out. And if they ever get around you, go check them out and see what they're like. And I hope you all have a good Thanksgiving, and we will all see you very shortly. Love Billy Philly Joe and Beegs, and we'll see you next time. Love and light.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, y'all.
Say woof again! Say woof again!
I've got one that can see.
It's a mystery! It's a mystery wrapped in a riddle inside an enigma! Don't you get it?
Welcome to the underground.
This is my kung fu, and it is strong.
See you later.